Chapter 893. But what if the martial artist who has comprehended the earth concept refuses to leave the ground? What can those martial artists who are far away from the ground do to him, then? Chiyu said as he glanced at Cha-Bai nonchalantly. You're twisting logic. Cha-Bai was so angry that his face turned grave. His anger was rising. Twisting logic? Chiyu smiled. His smile was extremely bright. Cha-Bai, since you said that I'm twisting logic, then let's just be straightforward. You and I will fight. If you win, I'll ask Dainyu to admit defeat. If you lose, I'll ask Hu Fei to admit defeat. What do you think? Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, directly challenged Cha-Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Whoosh! The moment Chiyu's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the group of 5-element sect's disciples to be shocked. Peak Master Chiyu wants to challenge Peak Master Cha-Bai. I heard that Peak Master Chiyu is the second most powerful person in our 5-element sect, second only to the sect leader. Does Peak Master Cha-Bai dare to accept the challenge? Can't you see that Peak Master Cha-Bai's face has turned green? If he dares to accept the challenge, I'll give you 10 mid-grade origin stones. If he doesn't, you'll give me 10 mid-grade origin stones. What do you think? Bah, only a fool would bet with you. Other than the Fire Peak's disciples whose faces were slightly pale, the disciples from the other 4 peaks began to discuss among themselves. The Wood Peak's disciples, in particular, even began to openly bet with each other. Cha-Bai, of course, heard all these words without missing a single word. He was so angry that the chi and blood in his body began to boil. He could not wait to accept Chiyu's challenge and fight him for 300 rounds. However, could he do that? He knew that he was no match for Chiyu. If he was defeated in front of so many people, where would his dignity as the Peak Master of Fire Peak be? All right, both of you want to fight. Don't tell me that you're worried that you won't have a chance. Don't forget that today is the battle of the 5 peaks. This is not your stage. Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, finally could not stand it anymore. Humph, for the sake of the sect leader, this Peak Master will not argue with you. Guo Chong's words, without a doubt, gave Cha-Bai a way out. Cha-Bai snorted coldly. Cha-Bai, the sect leader, has also said that we don't have to worry about not having a chance to fight. Now, I challenge you to a fight after the battle of the 5 peaks. Do you dare? With a faint smile on his face, Chiyu mercilessly smashed the excuse that Guo Chong had given Cha-Bai. Do you dare? You. Cha-Bai's face turned ghastly pale when he saw that Chiyu was not going to show him any mercy. However, he did not dare to accept the challenge. Chiyu's reputation as the second strongest person in the 5-element sect was not undeserved. As the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, Cha-Bai naturally knew this very well. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Because once he accepted the challenge, his fate was already sealed, and he would definitely lose. Chiyu, give me some face. Guo Chong frowned and tried to persuade him again. Chiyu took a deep look at Guo Chong. Then he nodded and retreated. At the same time, he looked at Cha-Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and said nonchalantly, Cha-Bai, all these years I've never asked about the matters of Wood Peak. However, it doesn't mean that I don't know what you've done. In the future, if you dare to do anything to my Wood Peak that makes me unhappy, Chiyu, will definitely go to your Fire Peak and cripple both of your legs. Chiyu's words made Cha-Bai's face turn even graver. However, he did not dare to retort. At this moment, he knew that the Chiyu from more than 20 years ago had returned. That arrogant and unruly Chiyu who dared to fight a powerhouse at the peak of the void with his cultivation base that had just entered the 9th level void transformation stage had returned. When they saw how Chiyu had rendered Cha-Bai speechless with just a few words, they immediately burst into an uproar. all of the five element sect's disciples, including the disciples from Fire Peak, burst into an uproar. Although they had heard that Chi Yu was the second strongest person in the five element sect, they had never thought that his deterrence would be so great. With just a few words, he had rendered the Peak Master of Fire Peak completely speechless. Sect leader. When the Wood Peak disciples saw this scene, their faces were filled with excitement and pride. This was their Peak Master of Wood Peak. Hey, brother, which peak are you from? A Wood Peak disciple looked at a disciple from another peak nearby and asked with a smile, I'm from Earth Peak. What about you? The latter replied, I'm from Wood Peak. Do you see that? That's our Peak Master of Wood Peak. Isn't he awesome? The Wood Peak disciple raised his chest and asked with a smile, Awesome. The latter nodded his head vigorously before smiling flatteringly. Brother, can I ask you something? What is it? If I want to transfer to Wood Peak from Earth Peak, is there anything that I need to do? Similar scenes were playing out on many Wood Peak disciples. In the past, they could not lift their heads in front of the other four peaks. However, today they could finally lift their heads up and proudly say in a loud voice, I'm a Wood Peak disciple. At this moment, they were proud of being a Wood Peak disciple. Yu Feng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked at each other. Both of them could see the dread in each other's eyes. At once, both of their faces turned solemn. In this world where the strong are revered, it's true that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. When Duan Lingtian saw how Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was cowering in front of Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he could not help but shake his head and smile. At the same time, he was also shocked by Chi Yu's strength. Looks like the Peak Master is in a good mood today. He actually taught Cha Bai a lesson without any mercy. Kejung smiled. I'm afraid the Peak Master has been wanting to do this for a long time. It's just that he didn't have the confidence to do so. After all, the younger generation of disciples from Wood Peak were really disappointing in the past. Now that we have Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu in Wood Peak, the Peak Master has the confidence to do so as well. Yang Ling hit the nail on the head. Although all the peaks of Five Element sect existed at the same time, they were in a competitive relationship with each other. No matter how powerful a Peak Master was, there would still be a day when he would die of old age. The cultivation of the younger generation of disciples was the foundation of each peak. They were the pillars that supported the future of each peak. With the intervention of Guocheng, the sect leader of Five Element sect, Chi Yu and Cha Bai finally retreated. Immediately after, Guocheng looked at Huang Daniu and Hu Fei and said loudly, I'll give both of you another 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, if both of you still haven't made your move, this battle will end in a tie. The moment Guocheng's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu smiled. Hu Fei, on the other hand, turned pale. A tie? Him and Huang Daniu? He was a 7th level void interpretation martial artist who had even comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Huang Daniu was only a 6th level void interpretation martial artist who had only comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. Now the battle between him and Huang Daniu would end in a tie? At this moment, Hu Fei could feel the mocking gazes from the surroundings. These gazes were none other than mocking him, a 7th level void interpretation martial artist, for not daring to take the initiative to fight a 6th level void interpretation martial artist. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he could not help but feel angry. However, his rationality was constantly persuading him not to be impulsive and not to be impulsive. Once he made his move, it would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would never be able to hold his head up high in Fire Peak and the Five Element sect. He did not dare to take the risk. There's still 10 breaths of time left. In just a blink of an eye, 10 breaths of time had passed. Guocheng reminded him nonchalantly, 10 breaths of time left? As though he had recalled something, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Huang Daniu. He grinned and said loudly, "Daniu, you're amazing. This Hu Fei doesn't even dare to take the initiative to fight with you. After today, you can be considered as the #1 person in the 5-element sect." Hee hee. The moment Huang Daniu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he grinned proudly. "That's right, Daniu. Didn't your hands hurt when you slapped Hu Fei until his head was swollen like a pig's? I think this Hu Fei's skin is pretty thick." A smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked loudly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of 5-element sect's disciples who were watching the fight were stunned. Immediately after, they subconsciously looked at Hu Fei and discovered that Hu Fei's face had instantly turned scarlet red. A murderous gaze shot out from his eyes as he stared fixedly at Huang Daniu. This Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. Isn't he just trying to force senior brother Hu Fei to make a move? I think senior brother Hu Fei's anger is about to reach its limit. Just a little bit more, and he might not be able to hold himself back anymore and attack Huang Daniu. As long as Huang Daniu agrees with Duan Lingtian, with senior brother Hu Fei's temper, he'll definitely make a move. At this moment, the group of 5-element sect's disciples had already guessed Duan Lingtian's plan. He wanted to force Hu Fei to make a move on Huang Daniu. "Duan Lingtian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have Qi Yu's support. It's impossible for Qi Yu to stay by your side all the time. If you dare to say another word, I'll make sure you die outside without even leaving a corpse behind." Suddenly, a vicious and malicious voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the source of the voice. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At once, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly and said loudly, "Peak Master Cha Bai, did you just say that it's impossible for Peak Master Qi Yu to stay by my side all the time? And that you can make me die outside without even leaving a corpse behind at any time?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually say out the words that he used to threaten him through voice transmission. At this moment, he could feel the gazes from the surrounding were directed at him. Even Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was looking at him with a hint of anger in his eyes. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still a disciple of Wood Peak. A disciple of Wood Peak was also a disciple of 5-element sect. Right now, as the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai actually dared to threaten a junior disciple from the same sect. As the sect leader, Guo Chong could not help but feel anger rising from the bottom of his heart. "Duan Lingtian, don't you dare make false accusations," Cha Bai said angrily. At this moment, how could he possibly admit that he had said those words? If he admitted it, let alone the people from the other 4 peaks, even the disciples of Fire Peak would look down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Make false accusations. Chapter 894. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the eyes in the surroundings immediately locked onto Cha Bai. It was as though all of them wanted to know if Cha Bai dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. If he dared to, it would mean that Duan Lingtian was indeed slandering him. If he dared not to, it would mean that he had indeed threatened Duan Lingtian. Humph! Cha Bai turned a blind eye to the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and snorted, "I'm the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak. Why should I swear on behalf of a mere Wood Peak disciple like you? You're not worthy enough. Since Peak Master Cha Bai has already said so, then I'll." When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, he paused for a moment. Then he pinched his finger and a drop of blood rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. He wanted to interrupt him, but he realized that Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, was staring at him coldly. He had no doubt that as long as he dared to make a move on Duan Lingtian, Qi Yu would definitely make a move on him. I, Duan Lingtian, swear on my own blood. If what I said just now is a lie, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of thunder rumbled in the sky. A total of 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky, but there was no lightning punishment. Whoosh! At once, all the 5 element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Other than the Fire Peak disciples, the other 4 peaks disciples were looking at Cha Bai with a hint of disdain. The dignified peak master of Fire Peak actually dares to threaten an ordinary disciple like that. This is really beneath his dignity. I really don't know how such a person became the peak master of Fire Peak. Don't tell me that when the other peaks were choosing their peak masters in the past, they didn't even need to consider one's character at all? With such a peak master of Fire Peak, I think the Fire Peak's disciples wouldn't have a good character as well. The disciples of the 4 peaks discussed animatedly. None of their words were polite at all. When the Fire Peak's disciples heard these words, they were rendered speechless for a moment. They could only secretly glare at Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, with resentment. In their opinion, if it was not for him, they would not be ridiculed like this. For a moment, many Fire Peak disciples had already expressed that they were considering transferring to other peaks. When Duan Lingtian made the oath, Cha Bai's expression had already changed. Now that he heard the discussion among the disciples of the 4 peaks, he was so angry that his blood and qi started to surge. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Cha Bai. Qi Yu! Cha Bai, who only saw a flash in front of his eyes, recognized the person who had appeared in front of him. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated the origin energy in his body in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Then everyone saw. The instant Qi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai was sent flying away like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. After flying for more than 100 meters, Cha Bai finally managed to stabilize his body. However, even though he had consumed a healing pill, blood was still spurting out from his mouth. It took him quite a while before he finally stopped. This time, Guochong, the sect leader of the 5 element sect, merely frowned but did not interfere. Perhaps he also felt that Cha Bai had gone overboard this time. How powerful! In just a blink of an eye, Peak Master Qi Yu appeared in front of Peak Master Cha Bai while Peak Master Cha Bai was sent flying away with severe injuries. I didn't even see how Peak Master Qi Yu arrived in front of Peak Master Cha Bai, nor did I see how he sent Peak Master Cha Bai flying. Nonsense. Without a cultivation base above the void transformation stage, how could you possibly see Peak Master Qi Yu's movements clearly? Other than the Fire Peak disciples who had a bitter expression on their faces, the eyes of the disciples from the other 4 peaks lit up immediately. All of them were shocked by Qi Yu's tyrannical strength. Did you see that? This is our Peak Master of Wood Peak. I'm a disciple of Wood Peak. Are you jealous? The group of Wood Peak disciples were beaming with joy. All they could feel was that the anger that they had accumulated over the years had vanished without a trace. At this moment, they were proud to be a disciple of Wood Peak. Cha Bai, I'm warning you. If anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the future, I'll definitely kill your direct disciple with my own hands. Qi Yu looked at Cha Bai and said coldly, Qi Yu, you. Cha Bai's expression changed immediately. Before he could catch his breath, he spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Then he glared at Qi Yu fiercely. Qi Yu ignored him and returned to the group of people from Wood Peak. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian thanked Qi Yu for standing up for him. As long as I'm here, Cha Bai won't dare to touch you. Qi Yu smiled lightly. In the distance, Huang Daniu, who who was standing in the air next to Gold Peak, was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian saying that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had threatened him. Even though Chiyu had made a move and severely injured Cha Bai, he still felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. Hu Fei, you're really as useless as your master. Speaking of which, my hand does hurt a little after giving you 2 slaps last time. I have to say that you're really thick-skinned. Huang Daniel looked at Hu Fei and said nonchalantly. His words were filled with mockery and ridicule. Hu Fei, who was already enraged by Duan Lingtian's words, was filled with rage when he saw that his master was severely injured by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Now that he heard Huang Daniu's mockery and ridicule, he could no longer hold it in. Huang Daniu, you're seeking death. Hu Fei, who was enraged, shouted angrily. He charged out and pounced toward Huang Daniu. The moment he flew out, flames burst out from Hu Fei's body. It was like a giant flaming beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Huang Daniu. In the air, the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out and pounced toward Huang Daniu. 7th level void interpretation. 7th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei attacked furiously with all his might. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill Huang Daniu. Only in this way would he be able to avenge himself, avenge his master, and vent the hatred in his heart. Bring it on. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly like a giant flaming beast, Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. The origin energy that he had long accumulated surged out from his body. Soon after, the 6th level intermediate earth concept merged with the origin energy and transformed into a vast khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. Moreover, the khaki energy seemed to resonate with the nearby Gold Peak. It was the earth concept that was communicating with the earth energy and borrowing the earth energy. Whoosh! In the air above Huang Daniu, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly appeared. Compared to the heaven and earth phenomenon that was triggered by Hu Fei's full strength, there were 5 more silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Huang Daniu, who was surrounded by the khaki energy, suddenly stretched out both of his hands. Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The khaki energy shrouded Huang Daniu, causing him to seem like he had transformed into a giant earth beast in an instant. The giant earth beast pounced toward the giant flaming beast. Boom! 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 The 2 giant beasts continued to collide and tear at each other. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, as time went by, the giant earth beast seemed to possess an endless amount of energy. The more it fought, the more ferocious it became. It suppressed the giant flaming beast, causing the flames on the giant flaming beast to be extinguished continuously. 15 minutes later, the giant flaming beast was suppressed and became dispirited. Boom! However, the giant earth beast did not seem to be exhausted at all. It pounced forward with all its might and shattered the giant flaming beast with just a few slaps. The giant flaming beast's body disappeared after a few slaps. Hu Fei, who was in the middle of it, did not suffer any serious injuries. After spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he passed out. Whoosh! Seeing that the unconscious Hu Fei was about to fall from the sky, an old man appeared out of thin air and caught him. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Cha Bai glanced coldly at Huang Daniu, who had already retracted his energy. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness, as though he was about to devour someone. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid of Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he would have already killed Huang Daniu. Old man! Just when everyone's eyes were on Huang Daniu, the victor, Huang Daniu suddenly glared at him and pointed his finger at Cha Bai furiously. Upon seeing this, Cha Bai could not help but be stunned. Old man, You actually dare to use your voice transmission to threaten me. You. Not only do you want to kill me, but you also want to kill my family and annihilate my entire family? I. Huang Daniu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was out of breath. What? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words and seeing the furious expression on his face, everyone, including the people from Fire Peak, was stunned. Is there something wrong with this Peak Master of Fire Peak's brain? He was just taught a lesson by Qi Yu for threatening Duan Lingtian earlier. Now he actually dared to threaten Huang Daniu, who was also a disciple of Wood Peak like Duan Lingtian and was under Qi Yu's protection? Wasn't he courting death? Very soon, most of the people's eyes landed on Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. They happened to see Qi Yu vanishing into thin air right before their eyes. Their first reaction was to shift their attention to Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. As expected, Qi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai. Bang! Another loud noise resonated in the air. Following that, Cha Bai, who was carrying Hu Fei, was sent flying again. Blood gushed out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. There were even many blood clots mixed in the blood. Barf! 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 Cha Bai, who finally managed to stop himself from flying, continued to spurt out blood from his mouth. He only managed to stop it after a long while. After he stopped the bleeding, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not look at Qi Yu. Instead, he looked at Huang Daniu and said angrily, "Huang Daniu, when did I threaten you?" At this moment, other than feeling ashamed and angry, Cha Bai also felt wronged. Earlier, he only glared at Huang Daniu. From the beginning until the end, he did not even communicate with Huang Daniu through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu actually slandered him and threatened him. Before he could explain himself, Qi Yu appeared in front of him again. Without saying anything, he sent him flying with a palm strike. His internal organs that had yet to recover were once again severely injured. Although his injuries could be healed, even if he consumed the Grade 2 Life recovery pill, it would still take him 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Peak Master Cha Bai, I was just joking with you. Chapter 895. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Huang Daniu's words, he did not manage to catch his breath before he spat out another mouthful of blood. Was this a joke? Cha Bai was not the only one who was angered to the point of spitting out blood. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching the scene were also rendered speechless. All of them shifted their gazes to Huang Daniu. All of them felt that Huang Daniu was just too ruthless. Just a joke, and he had caused Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to be severely injured by Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak again. Daniu, this guy! Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. He could not hold it in at all. Why didn't he notice this side of Huang Daniu before this? This was simply cheating people to death without paying with their lives. Yang Ling, Kuzhen, and Chen Wei, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but burst out laughing as well. Daniu is really ruthless. I'm afraid Cha Bai is going to hate him to death this time. Chen Wei shook his head. This kid, I used to think that he was quite honest. Looks like I've misjudged him. Kuzheng sighed. That's why people say that you can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Ling said with a straight face. Qi Yu, why you better give me an explanation. Cha Bai turned around and glared at Qi Yu as he shouted. The first time, he did threaten Duan Lingtian using his voice transmission and was severely injured by Qi Yu for Duan Lingtian. Although he was ashamed and resentful, he could still hold it in. However, this time, he did not threaten Huang Daniu at all. However, he was severely injured by Qi Yu because of Huang Daniu's slander. While he was resentful, he could not help but feel wronged. Explanation? Qi Yu raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, you're an elder. Why are you so serious? Daniu also said that he was just joking with you. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Qi Yu's words, He spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Joking? How could he be so serious? Sect leader, you have to help me in this matter. Cha Bai looked at Guo with grief and resentment. Cha Bai, let's just end this matter. Guo furrowed his brows. Then he displayed it and said slowly. But just as Cha Bai was about to say something, Guo interrupted him. I've already said, this matter ends here. If you hadn't threatened Duan Lingtian before, would Qi Yu have hurt you without hesitation? As he spoke, Guo face turned solemn. Cha Bai took a deep breath and did not say anything in the end. However, his eyes were still glowing with a cold light as he glared at Qi Yu and Huang Daniu. Good job, Daniu. Qi Yu gave Huang Daniu a thumbs up. He seemed to be praising Huang Daniu for defeating Hu Fei, but he also seemed to be praising Huang Daniu for making a good joke. Huang Daniu grinned and gave Cha Bai a provocative look, causing Cha Bai's face to turn even uglier. Daniu, you're really something. After Huang Daniu came back, Duan Lingtian recalled what had happened just now. He couldn't help but smile again. At the same time, warmth filled his heart. He knew that Daniu was standing up for him. At this moment, after Tan Huan admitted that she was no match for Huang Daniu, the provisional ranking of the Battle of the Five Peaks was announced. Due to the fact that Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Daniu, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. On the other hand, Huang Daniu, who replaced Nangong Yi and continued to battle with Hu Fei and the other two, was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked third. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked fourth. The male disciple from Earth Peak was temporarily ranked fifth. The five of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. After that, it was time for the five people who were eliminated the earliest to issue challenges. They were Duan Lingtian, Nangong Qin, Tianzhen, the female disciple from Water Peak, and the male disciple from Fire Peak. The female disciple from Water Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. She lost and was temporarily ranked sixth. The male disciple from Fire Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. He won and was temporarily ranked fifth. The male disciple from Earth Peak dropped to sixth. The female disciple from Water Peak dropped to seventh. The seven of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian was looking at Nangong Chen and Tianzhen to see if they were going to make the first move, Nangong Chen made his move and arrived at Gold Peak in just a short while. Then his gaze landed on Huang Daniu. Although he did not say anything, his target was obvious. It was Huang Daniu. Senior Brother Chen is going to make his move. It's obvious that Senior Brother Chen wants Huang Daniu to borrow the Earth energy, since he intentionally went to Gold Peak's side. It seems like he's very confident in his own strength. Of course, I heard that Senior Brother Chen's strength is even higher than Senior Brother Yi's. Until now, I still can't figure out who's older between Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. I heard that even Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi don't know who's older. However, they both regard themselves as the elder brother and the other as the younger brother. Most of the Five Element Peaks disciples shifted their attention to Nangong Qin. Some of them shifted their attention to Huang Daniu as well. You're Nangong Qin? Both of you are pretty good. The fact that you dare to challenge me here and allow me to borrow the Earth energy shows that you're very confident and a worthy opponent. Huang Daniu stood in the air opposite Nangong Qin and said solemnly. Nangong Chen's face was cold as he nodded nonchalantly. Let's do what I did with your brother earlier. We'll decide the victor with a punch. What do you think? Huang Daniu asked. Nangong Qin nodded again. Great. Today, regardless of who wins or loses, I, Huang Daniu, will definitely make friends with you. Huang Daniu laughed heartily before he attacked with all his might. As he punched out, The vast khaki energy seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Nan Gong-chin violently. In the air, 185 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, appeared out of thin air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Nan Gong-chin. Seeing that Huang Dainyu had made his move, Nan Gong-chin made his move as well. He took a step forward and casually punched out. Vast origin energy swept out and emitted waves of majestic and heavy aura. Whoosh! In the air, 100 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, appeared. They seemed to be telling his cultivation base that he was at the 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, a wave of khaki energy appeared out of thin air and merged with the origin energy. It seemed to have some sort of resonance with the nearby gold peak. Whoosh! When the origin energy completely merged with the khaki energy, 135 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, appeared in the air once again. He's comprehending the Earth concept as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as shock appeared on his face. At this moment, when Huang Dainyu realized that Nan Gong-chin had also comprehended the Earth concept, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, it was difficult for him to withdraw his fist. In the end, his fist collided with Nan Gong-chen's fist. When the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons collided with the strength of 235 ancient horned dragons, the result was self-evident. Huang Dainyu was sent flying with just one punch. However, it was fortunate that Nan Gong-chen withdrew his fist in time. That was why Huang Dainyu only suffered some minor injuries. If I knew earlier that you've comprehended the Earth concept as well, I would have admitted defeat directly. The 8th level intermediate Earth concept is comparable to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons, and it can draw support from the Earth energy that's comparable to the strength of 45 ancient horned dragons. The combination of the two is really formidable. Huang Dainyu said with a wry smile as he took a deep breath to ease the injuries in his body. Earth concept. Senior Brother Chin has also comprehended the Earth concept. Many of the 5 element sect's disciples finally regained their senses and could not help but exclaim. Looks like not many of the 5 element sect's disciples know that Nan Gong-chin has comprehended the Earth concept. This Nan Gong-chin has really hidden it well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he heard the words of the 5 element sect's disciples. Look at Huang Dainyu's expression right now. I'm dying of laughter. Perhaps he would never have dreamed that Senior Brother Chen has also comprehended the Earth concept. Senior Brother Chen's Earth concept is much more powerful than him. Without borrowing the Earth energy, it's already equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. Once he borrows it, it's equivalent to the strength of 135 ancient horned dragons. Senior Brother Chen's strength is even more powerful than Senior Brother Yi. The 5 element sect's disciples discussed animatedly as they looked at Nan Gong-chen with reverence. Nan Gong-chen had defeated Huang Dainyu and was temporarily ranked 2nd in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Starting from Huang Dainyu, everyone behind him took a step back. Huang Dainyu was temporarily ranked 3rd. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked 4th. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked 5th. The male disciple of Fire Peak was temporarily ranked 6th. The male disciple of Earth Peak was temporarily ranked 7th. The female disciple of Water Peak was temporarily ranked 8th. All 8 of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. With Nan Gong-chen's strength, he might be able to defeat Nan Gong-yi and temporarily rank 1st. However, since he had already admitted defeat in front of Nan Gong-yi, he could not challenge Nan Gong-yi right now. For now, he had no chance of being ranked 1st. Of course, nothing was absolute. As long as there was someone who could defeat Nan Gong-yi and replace him to rank 1st, Nan Gong-chen would still have a chance to challenge that person to be ranked 1st. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Tianzhen had not made their move yet. Whoosh! Tianjin took a deep breath and flew out. After his gaze swept past Nangong Yi, Nangong Qin, Huang Daniu, and Hu Fei, it locked onto Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. As long as he defeated Tan Huan, the Earth Peak that he represented would be ranked fourth in the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. This was also his goal. Tan Huan. Tianjin issued a challenge to Tan Huan. Tan Huan was not surprised by Tianjin's challenge. In fact, after Huang Daniu had displayed his shocking strength and defeated Hu Fei with the help of the Earth energy, Tan Huan had already known that she was in the Battle of the Five Peaks. There was no doubt that the last two peaks in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time would be the Water Peak that she was from and the Earth Peak that Tianjin was from. Now, what she had to do was to defeat Tianjin and get Water Peak out of the fate of being ranked last. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Tianjin's. Whoosh! Whoosh! After both of them entered the arena, they did not speak. They attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Both of them were 6th-level void interpretation martial artists. Moreover, the concepts that they had comprehended were similar. It was more of a test of their martial skills, battle experience, and understanding of each other. This Tianjin, I'm afraid he's going to lose. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the young man and woman who were constantly crossing each other. He could see that Tianjin was gradually at a disadvantage. Chapter 896. After Tianjin was defeated, his face turned extremely pale. He was well aware of the significance of the defeat. In the distance, Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked a little desolate as he sighed. Looks like our Earth Peak is destined to come in last this time. Although this was only the individual Battle of the Five Peaks, the team battle had not begun yet. However, generally speaking, the peak that had the upper hand in the individual battle would not have a bad result in the team battle. Tianjin retreated with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Tan Huan returned to Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, with a beaming smile. Huaner, well done. A gentle smile appeared on Yufeng's face. She was very satisfied with Tan Huan's performance. Although her initial goal was to be third place, Yufeng's Wood Peak had already reached the third place. But since the Wood Peak's Huang Daniu revealed a shocking strength and the Wood Peak had Duan Lingtian as its trump card, she didn't dare think like this. Duan Lingtian. Yufeng's gaze quickly landed on the purple figure in the distance. The other people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian as well. Now, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to issue a challenge. Sensing the gazes that were directed at him, Duan Lingtian remained calm as he flew out. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the empty space in front of him. His gaze immediately locked onto Nangong Yi. This Duan Lingtian wants to challenge senior brother Yi. At once, many of the Five Element Sect's disciples who followed Duan Lingtian's gaze were stunned. They knew about Nangong Yi's strength. Even if Huang Daniu from Wood Peak borrowed the earth energy, he was still no match for him. Nangong Yi! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian called out his name and issued a challenge. Nangong Yi did not seem to be surprised when he was called out by Duan Lingtian. He flew out and confronted Duan Lingtian. He really wants to challenge senior brother Yi. He's the trump card of the Wood Peak. Could it be that he really possesses some sort of ability? Peak Master Chiyu of the Wood Peak seized the papers numbered 5 and 6. Since he made Duan Lingtian make a move first, I presume he takes Duan Lingtian to be the strongest trump card of the Wood Peak. This Duan Lingtian seems to have some strength. However, it won't be easy to defeat senior brother Yi. The gazes of the Five Element Sect's disciples landed on Duan Lingtian. They were curious from the bottom of their hearts towards this trump card of the Wood Peak. Although Nangongchen said that I am no match for you, I still want to give it a try. Nangong Yi, who was confronting Duan Lingtian, finally spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, other than Guachong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, Nangong Qin, and the few people from Mufeng, all of them were stunned. Senior Brother Qin said that Senior Brother Yi isn't a match for Duan Lingtian? How is this possible? Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples found it hard to believe. This Duan Lingtian looks much younger than Senior Brother Yi. Can he really defeat Senior Brother Yi? Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples expressed their doubts. Please. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded his head nonchalantly. The moment Nangong Yi heard this, he responded with a smile before his face tensed up immediately. In the next moment, he stepped out into the air. As he stepped out into the air, the origin energy on his body rumbled and transformed into waves of aqua-blue energy that swept out. The aqua-blue energy wrapped around his body and made him look as though he had transformed into a giant sea beast as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. In the sky, 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out in an imposing manner. 1,000 illusions. In the face of Nangong Yi, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless at all. His eyes gleamed as he immediately used his strongest technique, the soul skill. An illusory space instantly formed and enveloped the area within a radius of 100 meters. He's coming. Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, narrowed his eyes as though he had already guessed that this would happen. Boom! After Nangong Yi arrived near Duan Lingtian, he threw out a punch that contained a vast aqua-blue energy. It swept out like a giant sea beast stretching out its giant claw towards Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian seemed to have foreseen this. He did not show much speed as he casually moved to the side and avoided Nangong Yi's attack. This scene seemed to have been discussed with Nangong Yi beforehand. Only those who knew about Duan Lingtian's background knew that all of this was caused by the illusory space that Duan Lingtian controlled. That Duan Lingtian has already moved aside. Why is Senior Brother Yi still charging forward and attacking the air? Why do I feel that this scene is somewhat familiar? Before the Battle of the Five Peaks began, didn't something similar happen when Senior Brother, Hu Fei from Fire Peak, attacked Duan Lingtian? Isn't that an external force? Many people felt that the scene in front of them was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the scene when Hu Fei attacked Duan Lingtian and did not continue to pursue him after his attack missed. It's an external force. Hu Fei, who had regained his consciousness and recovered with the help of Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a change of expression when he saw this scene. Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Then he looked at Guachong and said loudly, "Sect leader, this Duan Lingtian used an external force. According to the rules of the Battle of the Five Peaks in our Five Element sect, he should be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the Five Peaks." The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of many Five Element sect's disciples. Looks like my eyesight is not bad. I can see that Duan Lingtian used an external force. Bah, isn't it me who reminded you? The scene immediately became lively. Many people thought that Duan Lingtian would be disqualified. At this moment, Duan Lingtian happened to pass by Nangong Yi. He almost brushed past Nangong Yi's rolling aqua-blue energy. A part of the gentle and vast aqua-blue energy entered his body mercilessly. It was the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's all-out attack that was being used by Duan Lingtian. As for the purpose of using it, it was naturally the same as the time when he borrowed Qi Feng's energy to activate the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the Nirvana pill during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to borrow Nangong Yi's energy to help him complete the breakthrough. Of course, with his current strength, He did not dare to face Nangong Yi head-on. Otherwise, with Nangong Yi's strength that was equivalent to the strength of 190 ancient horned dragons, he could easily injure him, let alone borrow Nangong Yi's energy to make a breakthrough. If he unleashed his full strength, even if he used the other 3 types of elementary concepts and did not use any spirit weapons, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Nangong Yi's strength, it was not on the same level at all. For this reason, he could only use his wits. He avoided Nangong Yi's attack and brushed past Nangong Yi's attack, allowing the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's attack to enter his body so that he could use it to help him make a breakthrough. Right now, he was only 1 step away from making a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. As long as his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, his spiritual energy would be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation. At that time, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Nangong Qin, because Nangong Qin was an inscription master, and their spiritual energy was also at the 7th level void interpretation. His soul skill was useless against Nangong Qin. However, if his spiritual energy could be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation, even if Nangong Yi was an inscription master, he would not be able to shake his spiritual energy and destroy the illusory space that he created with his soul skill. Once Nangong Yi was trapped in his illusory space, he was destined to be a fish on his chopping board. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. No matter how Duan Lingtian borrowed Nangong Yi's strength, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still unaffected even when his meridians were on the verge of collapse. Looks like because I used the same method to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill last time, it's already adapted to it this time and no longer has a sense of danger. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. This was the same logic as the story of the boy who cried wolf. Once or twice he would be able to fool people. However, nobody would be fooled the 3rd time. Sect leader Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak borrowed external strength. I, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, request that he be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the 5 Peaks immediately. When Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, saw that Guochong was indifferent, he raised his voice again. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel a little angry when he saw that Guochong did not respond at all. Why, you can't shield him! Whoosh! The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Most of the people had their eyes on Cha Bai. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, openly questioned the sect leader of the 5 Element sect for shielding a Wood Peak disciple. Finally, Guochong reacted. He glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. Peak Master Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian did not borrow any external strength. If you doubt me, you can ask Peak Master Tiangu if I'm telling the truth. He's an inscription master, so he can definitely confirm whether or not Duan Lingtian borrowed any external strength. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of impatience could be heard in his tone. Before Cha Bai could ask Tiangu, Tiangu had already said, "Sect leader is right. Duan Lingtian did not borrow any external strength at all. Right now, he's using his own spiritual energy to cast something similar to a soul skill to create an illusion that can affect Nangong Yi." In fact, even if Tiangu did not say anything, Cha Bai also realized that Guochong must be telling the truth. This was because there was no need for Guochong to help Duan Lingtian at all. Right now, Duan Lingtian was fighting with Guochong's direct disciple, Nangong Yi. Once Duan Lingtian won, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Guochong, the sect leader of the 5 Element sect, who was personally in charge of Gold Peak. Soul skill. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the crowd burst into an uproar. Isn't that a technique that can only be cast by special demon beasts? Unless a human martial artist is as powerful as Emperor Wu, it's impossible for him to use his spiritual energy to fight against his enemy. Don't tell me that Duan Ling Tian is a demon. Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Duan Ling Tian is not a demon. When Tiangu saw that the group of Five Elements sect's disciples were speculating that Duan Ling Tian was a demon, he continued to say, "According to my guess, Duan Ling Tian should be a variant. The technique that he cast is a unique innate ability." Innate ability. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Innate ability. Variant. Chapter 897. Hu Fei, who was standing next to Cha Bai, immediately turned gloomy. Whether it was the variant or the innate ability, he had heard of them before. He also knew what these two terms meant. This Duan Ling Tian is actually a variant. Hu Fei's eyes gleamed with a cold gleam as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. So, from the very beginning, he's the one who has been teasing me and embarrassing me in front of everyone. Hu Fei was enraged to the extreme. He could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. However, he also knew that Duan Ling Tian's innate ability was not something he could fight against. Duan Ling Tian, you're just born with a good background. If you're not a variant, if you don't have any innate ability, you're nothing but an ant in front of me. Hu Fei roared in his heart. Other than anger, there was also a trace of jealousy in his heart. Jealousy and hatred towards Duan Ling Tian, this variant. On the Cloud Continent, the variants who possessed innate ability were also known as the gods' favored ones. Their innate ability and techniques were enough to make anyone envious and jealous. Variant. Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples who had heard of the variant shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Those Five Elements sect's disciples who did not know what the variant was also looked at Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes after they heard the explanation from the people around them. It was as though they had seen something rare. Of course, there were also many people who remained calm. For example, Gua Chong, the sect leader of Five Elements sect, and his direct disciple Nangong Chin. On the other hand, everyone from Wood Peak, including Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, remained calm. Their expressions did not change at all. It seems like Chi Yu has long known that Duan Ling Tian is a variant. Yu Fong, the peak master of Water Peak, had a gleam in her eyes. Dread was written all over her face. Now, she finally knew why Duan Ling Tian was taken to be a trump card by the Wood Peak. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was not a pure human. Half of his blood was demon blood. He was an alien, an existence between human and demon. There were two types of foreign species. Firstly, it was extremely mediocre. Secondly, he had extraordinary talent. Duan Ling Tian was obviously the latter. It's time to end this. After trying for a long time, Duan Ling Tian realized that Nangong Yi's strength couldn't help him break through. He sighed and casually dodged behind Nangong Yi and punched out. Boom! Nangong Yi was sent flying like an arrow that had been shot out of the bow. He only stopped when he was in the distance. At the corner of his mouth, there was a trace of dazzling blood. It seems that I still lost. Although he was in the illusory space constructed by Duan Ling Tian using his spiritual energy, Nangong Yi did not move at all. He just stood there with a wry smile on his face. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. The illusory space also shattered and disappeared completely. The onlookers did not find this result strange. This was because they already knew that Duan Ling Tian was a foreign species and could not be judged with common sense. Senior brother, he still lost in the end. There's no other way. It's hard for senior brother E to not lose when encountering a foreign species like Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian didn't use his innate ability, he would definitely not be a match for senior brother E. The innate ability is Duan Ling Tian's technique. Why didn't he use it? Your words are a little biased. The onlookers of the five-element sect side, many of them felt that it was unfair for Nangong Yi and felt that Duan Lingtian had an unfair advantage. There were also many people who supported Duan Lingtian. After all, that was the innate ability that Duan Lingtian possessed as a foreign species. Nobody had the right to restrict him from using it. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's innate ability was not considered as an external force. For this reason, he did not violate the rules of the Battle of the Five Peaks by defeating Nangong Yi. After defeating Nangong Yi, Duan Lingtian was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked second. Nangong Chen was temporarily ranked third, and so on and so forth. The people behind him were all ranked one place lower. Does anyone have any objections to the current ranking? If anyone has any objections, you can challenge the person in front of you. Once the challenge is successful, you can replace him. At this moment, Guochong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, spoke up. Upon hearing Guochong's words, many people sighed. Looks like the first place in the individual battle today is destined to be Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak. It's not just the individual battle. With Duan Lingtian's unpredictable innate ability, I'm afraid even the first place in the team battle will be taken away by Wood Peak. That's right. No matter if it's Senior Brother Yi or Senior Brother Hu Fei, they're both at the 7th level void interpretation. Even they can't resist Duan Lingtian's innate ability. I'm afraid Senior Brother Chin, who's also at the 7th level void interpretation, can't do it either. This time, Wood Peak is going to be in the limelight. In the history of our five-element sect, the first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks has never been taken away by any peak other than Gold Peak. This time, Wood Peak is going to create a legend. The one who created this legend is Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak. The disciples from Wood Peak were in high spirits, while the disciples from the other four peaks sighed. The result today was beyond their expectations. Whoosh! However, when a gust of wind whistled in the air, it caused the discussion of the group of five-element sect's disciples to stop abruptly. Senior Brother Chen. Many of the five-element sect's disciples could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw the blue figure that stood in the air. Senior Brother Chin is temporarily ranked third in the Battle of the Five Peaks because he admitted defeat in front of Senior Brother Yi right from the beginning. He can't challenge Senior Brother Yi. His target is Duan Lingtian. That's the only possibility. However, Duan Lingtian is a variant who possesses an innate ability. Even Senior Brother Yi was defeated by him. I'm afraid Senior Brother Chin is no match for him as well. Right? I don't know. For a moment, many of the five-element sect's disciples looked at Nangong Chen in confusion. Duan Lingtian. Nangong Chen opened his mouth, and his voice was cold. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to be challenged by Nangong Chen. His eyes narrowed as he flew out. Although he knew that Nangong Chen's spiritual power was enough to counter his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he did not admit defeat. This was because he had a new idea in his mind. He wanted to let his opponent's origin energy enter his body, but the Nirvana pill's medicinal efficacy did not react at all. All of this was because the Nirvana pill had encountered a similar situation before. Therefore, he had a certain level of immunity. However, what about his spiritual power? What if he guided Nangong Chen's spiritual power and pierced it into his soul, causing him to tense up and create another sense of danger? At that time, would the Nirvana pill's medicinal efficacy still stand aside and watch? This was what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian's idea was crazy. If he was not careful, his soul would be injured. He might not be able to recover from the setback, and his life would be in danger. Fortune was found in danger. Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Nangong Chen, had a cold look in his eyes as he secretly made up his mind. As long as he could force the Nirvana pill to work again, it would be a piece of cake for his cultivation base to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. He would be able to achieve it in an instant. In the distance, Guo, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, looked at the two people who were confronting each other calmly. He did not know why, but there was a slight worry in his heart. Perhaps it was because Nan Gongqin had said earlier that he only had a 90% chance of defeating Duan Lingtian. Father, isn't Nan Gongqin asking for humiliation? Tianjin frowned at Earth Peak. No. Tiangu shook his head and said solemnly, "Don't forget, Nan Gongqin is an inscription master just like me. Based on my investigation of Duan Lingtian's spiritual power, his spiritual power should not surpass Nan Gongqin." So what? Tianjin was puzzled. Don't you understand? As long as Duan Lingtian's spiritual power does not surpass Nan Gongqin's, even if he cast his innate ability, Nan Gongqin will still be able to break it with his spiritual power, Tiangu said slowly. If Duan Lingtian does not have his innate ability to rely on, do you think he'll be a match for Nan Gongqin? Then won't Duan Lingtian be in trouble? Tianjin gasped. As long as there are no accidents, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. Our 5-element sect's legend of being the first in Gold Peak will continue to be maintained. Tiangu said. Some of the inscription masters present had the same thought as Tiangu. Some of these inscription masters were elders from the various peaks, while some were disciples from the various peaks. All of them knew that Nan Gongqin was an inscription master. Looks like Duan Lingtian's spiritual power does not surpass Nan Gongqin's. Otherwise, Nan Gongqin would not have gone up and humiliated himself. Duan Lingtian's spiritual power should be at the 7th level void interpretation. It's because of this that Nan Gongyi and Hu Fei were defeated by him. Nan Gongqin is not afraid of an innate ability cast by a 7th level void interpretation. Many of the 5-element sect's elders who were inscription masters discussed among themselves. Their words were spread by the 5-element sect's disciples who were inscription masters. It instantly enlightened many of the 5-element sect's disciples who had doubts in their hearts. So, Senior Brother Qin is not afraid of Duan Lingtian's innate ability. Humph! Without his innate ability to rely on, isn't this Duan Lingtian a fish on Senior Brother Qin's chopping board that he can do as he pleases? Gold Peak is still Gold Peak. No peak can take away the honor of being the first in Gold Peak. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their voices spread out and also entered the ears of the few people from Wood Peak. Yangling, Kuzhang, and Chun Wei's face turned solemn at the same time from Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian, is what they said true? Can that Nan Gongqin really break your innate ability? Chun Wei could not help but ask through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, your spiritual power is at the 7th level void interpretation. Yangling and Kuzhang could not help but ask as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded to the three of them. Chapter 898. Soon after, Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, found out from Yangling and the other two that Duan Lingtian's innate ability could not deal with Nan Gongqin. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not dejected at all. Duan Lingtian, just admit defeat if you really can't do it. I'm already very surprised that our Wood Peak is ranked 2nd in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Qiyu's eyebrows twitched as he spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Don't worry, Peak Master. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian replied. Qiyu nodded and did not say anything else. However, his gaze was still locked onto Nan Gongqin. Once he discovered that Nan Gongqin might injure or even kill Duan Lingtian, he would immediately make a move and save Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was the future of Wood Peak, and he could not afford to lose him. Duan Lingtian and Nan Gongqin faced each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If there's no accident, you're no match for me. Nan Gongqin was unusually talkative when he faced Duan Lingtian. However, his expression was still cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian calmly without any emotions. You said it yourself. There's no accident. Perhaps the accident will happen just like that? Duan Lingtian looked at Nan Gongchen calmly as he spoke. I'll look forward to it. Nan Gongchen's dull eyes lit up with a rare glimmer of light. Thousand illusions. As soon as Nan Gongchen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul as he unleashed his soul skill. An illusory space appeared silently with Duan Lingtian as the center. It enveloped an area of 100 meters around him, including Nan Gongchen. Nan Gongchen seemed to have sensed something and raised his eyebrows. Soon after, a sharp and invisible mental energy extended from his body and ruthlessly smashed into the illusory realm, easily shattering it. They're here. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he sensed Nan Gongchen's mental energy. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make his next move, Nan Gongchen retracted his mental power. He was unable to make use of it in time. Thousand illusions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only use his soul skill again. The illusory space appeared again. As Nan Gongchen's mental power swept out, the illusory space was shattered once again. This time, he was a little closer to Duan Lingtian's goal. However, he was still unable to draw Nan Gongchen's mental power. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little helpless. However, he did not give up. Thousand illusions. Thousand illusions. Thousand illusions. His mental power continued to pierce into the spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul. He unleashed his soul skill again and again to create the illusory space. It's useless. Faced with Duan Lingtian's illusory space, Nan Gongchen did not feel any pressure at all. His mental power extended out continuously and easily destroyed the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created. The illusory space was shattered one by one. Nan Gongchen's mental power was also drawn closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. The 5-element sect's disciples who were watching were stunned. They only saw Duan Lingtian and Nan Gongchen standing there and staring at each other. They did not see the two of them do anything. Now that they heard Nan Gongchen's words, they could not help but be stunned. Could it be that senior brother Chen and Duan Lingtian have already started fighting? It should be. They should be fighting with their mental power. Mental power is invisible. That's why we can't see anything. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Although they felt that it was a little boring, they still stared at the two of them without blinking. They wanted to know who would emerge victorious in the end. However, Tiangu and the others who were inscription masters were frowning. They could sense that Duan Lingtian was constantly creating the illusory space, while Nan Gongchen was also constantly destroying the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created. This made them feel a little strange. What was the meaning of Duan Lingtian doing this? If this continued, Duan Lingtian's mental power would be depleted very soon. However, Nan Gongchen's mental power consumption was far less than his, so it would not affect him at all. Now, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up all of a sudden. The mental power that he extended out finally cut off Nan Gongchen's mental power and brought it back to his soul in the depth of his mind. Although Nan Gongchen's mental power was no longer controlled by Nan Gongchen, it still went on a rampage when it entered a foreign place. It could not be stopped. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little dizzy. The mental power that originated from Nan Gongchen was about to burst his head open. The sense of danger spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in just a blink of an eye. Even the mental power in the depth of Duan Lingtian's soul was stirred up. It was extremely uneasy. Nirvana pill! At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not care about that. Instead, he shifted his attention to the nirvana pill that was hidden in the depth of his dantian. He wanted to know if there was any movement from it. At that moment, Even the yuan power in Duan Lingtian's body was stirred up. It was as if it felt a great sense of danger. However, it had no way to defend against it. The mental power that originated from Nangongqin was rampaging in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was like a wild bird that was trapped in a birdcage and wanted to escape. Although Duan Lingtian could use his own mental power to suppress this mental power, he did not do so at the moment. This was because if he did so, his plan would be in vain. Ouch! Ouch! At that moment, Duan Lingtian's body was trembling violently. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, sweat was pouring down like rain. Seeing this, Nangongqin was stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. What was going on? What was happening to Duan Lingtian's body? Looking at Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be in a strange situation, their faces were filled with confusion. However, they did not know that Duan Lingtian was suffering a torment that ordinary people would not be able to endure. His soul could be shattered at any time. Once his soul was shattered, it would mean that his entire body would become a body without a soul. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive and knew what Duan Lingtian was doing, he would not be able to help but call him a madman. I did it, after what seemed like an instant, yet it also felt like a century had passed. A light flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. He seemed to have noticed something, and his emotions surged. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the nirvana pill in the depth of his dantian quickly rushed out of his dantian and merged with his yuan power. It moved his yuan power at lightning speed. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method and guided the lightning-like origin energy toward the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. I've let you jump around for a while. Now destroy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who felt dizzy, controlled his spiritual energy that had been accumulating and swept it out. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Nangongqin's spiritual energy. Boom! His mind power suddenly contracted, and Nangongqin's mind power was completely annihilated in an instant. Nangongqin, who was standing in the distance and was about to make a move, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly stopped and frowned. At this moment, he felt a piercing pain coming from the depth of his soul. However, the piercing pain disappeared in the blink of an eye as though it had never appeared. What's going on? Nangongqin frowned slightly. He glanced at Duan Lingtian, whose body had stopped trembling. His face had regained its color, and the cold sweat on his forehead had stopped. He felt that this matter might have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Boom! At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body broke through the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation easily under the influence of the nirvana pill's overbearing medicinal effect. After breaking through the bottleneck, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent an earth-shattering change. This change was like a qualitative transformation and a qualitative improvement. Compared to the previous 2 breakthroughs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian's heart surged as he felt the majestic origin energy in his body after the transformation. It's still not stopping? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that the nirvana pill's medicinal effect did not stop after it urged the origin energy to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. Instead, it continued to rush forward fiercely. It was only when the bottleneck of the 8th level void interpretation appeared that the nirvana pill's medicinal effect finally stopped and left the origin energy to return to his dantian. His origin energy also stopped moving restlessly and completely quieted down. I've really gone too far this time. I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to the 8th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he could not help but laugh. Riches and honor are found in danger. This saying is not false at all. Now that my cultivation has improved so much, all the hardships I suffered before were not for nothing. Duan Lingtian still had lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. At that moment, the spiritual energy that originated from Nangongqin was so close to bursting his head and crushing his soul, killing him. Until now, Duan Lingtian still felt a chill down his spine when he recalled it. He broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed slightly. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Nangongqin was already flying towards him. Along with Nangongqin was a vast khaki-colored energy that wrapped around his body, making him look like a gigantic beast on the ground. There were 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the enormous beast's head. They pounced over like lightning and opened their bloody mouths, as if they wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian in one gulp. Thousand illusions. When he saw Nangongqin's gaze turn cold when he was enveloped by the khaki energy, Duan Lingtian knew that he was about to make a move. He hurriedly activated his soul skill with his origin energy and created an illusory space that enveloped him. Subsequently, he transformed into a gust of wind and quickly moved to the side. Just when Duan Lingtian moved to the side, boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Nangongqin stared at the empty space where Duan Lingtian was standing at earlier and punched out. Chapter 899. At the same time, gusts of majestic wind swept out from Nangongqin's fist, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter. Some of the 5 element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base were blown back a little. They could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! Before the crowd could react to it, they saw Duan Lingtian, who had dodged to the side in advance, struck out at lightning speed. His palm landed on Nangongqin's back and sent him flying. After Nangongqin was sent flying, his body trembled before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw this. Senior brother Qin doesn't seem to see Duan Lingtian dodging to the side at all. He also didn't notice Duan Lingtian sneaking an attack on him from behind. Looks like senior brother Qin is also affected by Duan Lingtian's innate ability. It's obvious. The group of 5 element sect's disciples' faces turned extremely solemn. This Duan Lingtian, has he made a breakthrough? Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, twitched the corner of his mouth as shock appeared on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had used his spiritual energy to construct the illusory space many times, but it was shattered by Nangongqin's spiritual energy. From the beginning until the end, he could sense it clearly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to construct the illusory space again, Tiangu's spiritual energy sensed that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had risen by an entire level. Because of this, Nangongqin had no way of discovering the illusory space constructed by Duan Lingtian, let alone shattering it with his spiritual energy. Many of the 5 element sect's elders, who were also inscription masters, had also discovered this. As they discussed among themselves, the news of Duan Lingtian's breakthrough spread to other people's ears. Soon after, everyone knew what had happened earlier. Damn it, this Duan Lingtian has actually made a breakthrough? Hu Fei stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, his face extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought that Duan Lingtian would lose to Nangongqin. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to complete a breakthrough at the critical moment. Furthermore, he defeated Nangongqin in one fell swoop. Qin is right to be worried. This Duan Lingtian really can't be judged with common sense. Gua Chong, the sect leader of the 5 element sect, sighed. However, he was not unhappy at all. It was just like how Jin Feng's failure to obtain first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks did not affect him at all. This Duan Lingtian is indeed very strong. Nangong Yi, who stood at the side, had an extremely serious expression, and then he frowned. But when I saw him attack earlier, the strength contained within his origin energy seemed to be far inferior to the 8th level of the Void interpretation stage, and it seemed to be on par with me instead. His cultivation base has just made a breakthrough to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. As for his spiritual energy, it should be 1 level higher than his cultivation base. A gleam flashed across Guo Chang's eyes as he muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, he must have consumed a spirit fruit that can elevate his soul, causing his spiritual energy to be 1 level higher than his cultivation base. So, it's the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, spiritual energy. No wonder. The moment Nangong heard this, he could not help but gasp. "Huh, Duan Lingtian, good job!" Seeing how Duan Lingtian had heavily injured Nangong Qin and seemed to have obtained the final victory, Huang Daniu laughed out loud and shouted loudly, "Qiyu, Yongling!" and Ku Zheng's eyes lit up immediately. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be able to complete a breakthrough at the critical moment and defeat Nangong Qin in 1 fell swoop. At the same time, they could not help but be pleasantly surprised by this. YUVE made a breakthrough. At this moment, Nangong Chen, who was still in the illusory space, did not make any movements after he was injured. He stood in the air and asked slowly. It was obvious that Nangong Qin had also realized that he was trapped in the illusory space. Duan Lingtian recalled his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and looked at Nangong Qin. He said calmly, "I was lucky." "It doesn't matter if you were lucky or not. You've won." After the illusory space disappeared, Nangong Qin looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Nangong Chen returned to Guo Chang's side in a flash and bowed slightly to Guo Chang. "I've let you down. Please punish me, master. You've done your best. It's just that your opponent is too strong." Guo Chang shook his head. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he smiled. "Duan Lingtian, you're very good. With you in Wood Peak, it'll definitely rise again. I'm looking forward to it." "You flatter me, sect leader." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. With his current cultivation base, he did not dare to be negligent when facing the sect leader of 5-element sect. "Qiyu Wood Peak is really lucky." Guo Chong looked at Qiyu and smiled. The moment Qiyu heard this, a rare bright smile appeared on his face. "I can't believe that Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak would be the one to obtain the first place in the individual Battle of the 5 Peaks. With his innate ability, he could definitely obtain the first place in the team battle as well. It seems like Wood Peak is going to be ranked before Gold Peak and become the first peak of our 5-element sect this time. The first peak of 5-element sect has always been the glory of Gold Peak. This time, it's going to change owners because of Duan Lingtian. The resources that the first peak of 5-element sect can obtain is not something that the other 4 peaks can compare to. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak can definitely use those resources to rise again. Other than the disciples from Wood Peak, the disciples from the other 4 peaks exclaimed one after another. Each and every one of the Wood Peak disciples had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, and a deep sense of gratitude could be seen in their eyes. They knew that it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian alone that Wood Peak could become the first peak of 5-element sect. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, Wood Peak would not have this moment of glory. Humph! Whether it was Cha Bai, the peak master of Hu Peak, or his direct disciple, Hu Fei, both of their faces were extremely grave. Especially Hu Fei. 10 years ago, the reason why he betrayed Wood Peak and his first master, Yongling. Other than being unable to resist the temptation of the things that Cha Bai promised him, he also wanted to rely on Fire Peak, the second peak of 5-element sect at that time. He wanted to rely on Fire Peak to rise to the top. All these years he had indeed done it and became the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. However, today the Wood Peak that he had betrayed 10 years ago had obtained the honor of being the first peak of 5-element sect. This honor was like a loud slap to his face, causing him to feel ashamed and resentful at the same time. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could Wood Peak obtain such an honor? If it wasn't for you, how could I be humiliated in front of so many people? Hu Fei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. The killing intent that was emitting from his body seemed to condense into a sharp arrow that was shot out. Duan Lingtian, who was just about to return to the few people from Wood Peak, had just turned around when he felt a cold, killing intent locking onto him. For a moment, he could not help but look at the source of the killing intent. With just a glance, he saw the red-clad young man whose eyes were filled with killing intent. It was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. This Hu Fei. If I have the chance, I must kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely be someone as difficult to deal with as Zishang. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes was cold as he secretly made up his mind. In his life, there were not many things that he regretted. The one that left the deepest impression on him was that he did not kill Zishang when he was at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was easy for him to kill Zishang with his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. It was precisely because Zishang had survived that he became a huge threat to him. He even caused the people from the Skywolf Fort to hunt him down with the intention of snatching the Devil Seal tablet from him. Zishang, let's slowly settle our score in the secret treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. This time, I'll definitely kill you with all my might. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified when he thought of Zishang. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian returned to the few people from Wood Peak led by the Peak Master, Chiyu. As soon as he returned, he was warmly welcomed. Duan Lingtian, you're too terrifying. Even the two most outstanding fellows in the younger generation of the 5-element sect were defeated by you. I, Huang Daniu, admire you. Huang Daniu gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up as he praised. Junior brother Ko, our Wood Peak owes it to you this time. If it wasn't for you finding Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, we'd probably still be at the bottom this time. Yang Ling spoke to Kejang. I never imagined that I would be able to encounter Duan Lingtian when I made a trip to Driftcloud Town with Qin Wei. No matter what, this is fate between our Wood Peak and Duan Lingtian. Kejang smiled. The nearby Qin Wei nodded in deep agreement, and at the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingtian, the promise I made to you earlier will always be valid, as long as it's within my ability and doesn't endanger the 5-element sect. I'll agree to one request of yours. Any request? Chiyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Upon hearing Chiyu's words, Yang Ling and the other 3 were taken aback. It did not cross their minds that Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak and the second strongest person in the 5-element sect, would actually make such a promise to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had witnessed Chiyu's strength with his own eyes. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was completely powerless in front of Chiyu. The promise of such a powerhouse was undoubtedly priceless to him right now. Although Duan Lingtian had returned, most of the eyes in the surroundings were still on him. They were paying attention to him, the champion of the individual Battle of the 5 Peaks. This Duan Lingtian seems to be younger than Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi, but he actually managed to defeat Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chenwan after another. How shocking! Don't forget that he's not an ordinary human. The blood of a demon is flowing in his veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the focus of discussion among the 5-element sect's disciples. It was only until the loud voice of the sect leader, Guachong, reverberated in the air that they finally stopped talking. Everyone's eyes shifted to Guachong in unison. The individual battle has ended. Now let's begin the team battle. Chapter 900. In the team battle, 2 representatives from each peak would join forces and fight with the representatives from the other 4 peaks. It would be a 2-on-2 battle. Compared to the individual battle, the team battle was more like a formality. Would Peak, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu joined forces. Duan Lingtian was responsible for confusing his opponent with the illusory space, while Huang Daniu was responsible for attacking. They easily defeated the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Awesome! Huang Daniu, who managed to injure the Nangong brothers in just a few moves, laughed heartily. He looked like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Nobody was surprised by this result. After all, they already knew how terrifying Duan Lingtian's innate ability was. After defeating the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks did not dare to enter the team battle with Wood Peak. This was because they knew that they would only be looking for a beating if they went up. It was better for them to preserve their strength. Although Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, were unwilling, they did not dare to compete with Wood Peak that was at its peak. In that case, Wood Peak has won the first place in the team battle. Combined with Wood Peak's results in the individual battle, Wood Peak has won the first place in our 5-element sects battle of the 5 peaks. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak will be the first peak of our 5-element sect. The first peak of 5-element sect. Guo Chong spoke slowly. His tone was natural and carefree. However, the disciples from Gold Peak sighed one after another. The glory that belonged to them in the past was snatched away by Wood Peak. This made them feel very upset. Wood Peak, the peak that had been at the bottom for more than 20 years, suddenly rose up and soared to the 9 heavens. It was truly shocking. Duan Lingtian's innate ability helped Wood Peak to reach the top in one fell swoop. With him around, Wood Peak's rise is inevitable. Everyone from 5-element sect present on the scene was very clear about this. Subsequently, in front of the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks immediately admitted defeat. Gold Peak became the 2nd peak after Wood Peak. In the next 3 years, it would be the 2nd peak of 5-element sect. Duan Lingtian. 3 years later, Gold Peak will definitely reclaim the glory of the first peak of 5-element sect. Nangong Yi's gaze swept across the sky and landed on Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a loud voice. Nangong Yi exuded a strong sense of confidence. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples who were present were impressed by him. As expected of senior brother Yi, he's neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. With senior brother Yi and senior brother Chin at Gold Peak, I'm sure Gold Peak will regain the honor of being number 1 sooner or later. That Duan Lingtian relied on his innate divine ability, which is not the right path. Many disciples from the other 4 peaks said. Of course, their words were refuted by the disciples of the Wood Peak. What is not the right path? The innate ability is senior brother Lingtian's method. You can't have it even if you want it. Senior brother Lingtian is even younger than brother Nangong. Since he was able to help our Wood Peak seize first place this time, then he'll naturally be able to do the same 3 years from now. I have confidence in senior brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words and seeing the enthusiasm of the Wood Peak's disciples, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly to himself. 3 years from now, by that time he would no longer be in the 5-element sect. Subsequently, the remaining 3 peaks, Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak, would decide the final 3 rankings for the team battle. With Hu Fei, a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, Fire Peak obtained the 3rd place without any surprise. Based on the individual battle results, Fire Peak would be named the 3rd peak of the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. Subsequently, the battle between Water Peak and Earth Peak began. Among the 2 female disciples of the Water Peak, Tan Huan was the strongest. As for the Earth Peak, Tian Zhen was the strongest. In the individual battle, Tan Huan was slightly better than Tian Zhen. Even so, she did not dare to be careless in this battle. She advanced step by step. First, she used her agile movement martial skill to avoid Tianjin and injured the other Earth Peak's disciple. Then, she narrowly defeated Tianjin. It's over. Although Tianjin was mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel a little discouraged when he was defeated. Thank you. Tan Huan nodded at Tianjin. The final ranking for the team battle was also out. Water Peak ranked 4th. Based on the individual battle results, Water Peak would become the 4th peak of the 5-element sect. Earth Peak ranked last and became the 5th peak of the 5-element sect. Senior brothers and junior sisters, I, Tianjin, am useless. I'm sorry. After Tianjin was defeated, he bowed to many Earth Peak's disciples. His tone was filled with bitterness. Senior brother Tianjin, you've done your best. We can all see it. We've fallen this time. It'll be the same even if we climb back up 3 years later. I'm confident in our Earth Peak. The Earth Peak's disciples chimed in one after another. Although Earth Peak ranked last, their morale did not decrease. The disciples from the other 4 peaks could not help but admire them. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, the Wood Peak's disciples began to shout Duan Lingtian's name loudly. They were enthusiastic and high-spirited. Their aura was like the sun in the sky. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention once again. With his own strength, he turned the situation around and allowed Wood Peak to ascend to the top and become the 1st peak of the 5-element sect in the next 3 years. Peak Masters, the battle of the 5 peaks has ended. Please make arrangements as soon as possible. Guacheng, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, looked at the other 4 peak masters and said loudly, 10 days later, bring the 2 strongest youths from each peak to Gold Peak. At that time, Gold Peak will activate the profound assimilation formation to help the 2 most outstanding youths from each peak to quickly elevate the concept that they've comprehended. Guacheng finished his sentence in one breath. Profound assimilation formation. The moment Guocheng's words left his mouth, most of the 5-element sect's disciples were puzzled. However, the eyes of the 4 peak masters, including Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, lit up immediately. A hint of excitement could be seen on their faces. Profound assimilation formation. At first, Duan Lingtian thought that he had misheard it. It was only when he heard the discussion of the 5-element sect's disciples around him that he realized that he did not hear it wrongly. Naturally, he knew what the profound assimilation formation was. However, it had never crossed his mind that a mere 5-element sect would actually have a profound assimilation formation as well. In the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the profound assimilation formation was created by him himself. By right, in the Cloud Continent, only a few forces that were on good terms with him would know how to set up this kind of inscription formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was a little puzzled. By right, with the preciousness of the profound assimilation formation, it was impossible for those few forces to share the method of setting it up with other forces. However, it has already been 10,000 years since the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's second reincarnation. Perhaps something had happened in these 10,000 years that caused the method of setting up the profound assimilation formation to spread throughout the Cloud Continent. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. 10,000 years was enough to change a lot of things. However, when he thought of the function of the profound assimilation formation, he could not help but feel a little excited. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could help a martial artist quickly comprehend concept and profundity. Apart from the large amount of origin stones that it required, it also required a large amount of concept fragments and profundity fragments. Once the profound assimilation formation was activated, the concept fragments and profundity fragments that were placed in it would be consumed without restraint. It would then help the martial artist in the formation to quickly comprehend the concept and profundity. This time, my concept will be able to complete a new transformation. With the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can definitely use my spiritual energy to gain control of the profound assimilation formation to a certain extent and plunder other people's good fortune. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became excited. The profound assimilation formation was originally created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although he had passed it down to many people, the person who understood the essence of the profound assimilation formation the most was still the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Since he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was equivalent to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu being alive. It was extremely easy for him to tamper with the profound assimilation formation. Every time the profound assimilation formation is activated, it requires a large amount of concept fragments. It seems like the five-element sect is going all out in order to obtain the secret treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Right now, I can only hope that the profound assimilation formation that Gold Peak will activate 10 days later will have more concept fragments for the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. With my understanding of the profound assimilation formation and my ability to comprehend two concepts at the same time, I can raise all four concepts at once." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his face was filled with anticipation. "Peak Master, what's the profound assimilation formation?" At this moment, Huang Daniu's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Huang Daniu was asking Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. It was obvious that Huang Daniu was like most of the five-element sect's disciples. It was his first time hearing about the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation is a type of inscription formation. When Qiyu reached this point, he paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. When he noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at him, he continued to say, "The profound assimilation formation is mainly made up of origin stones that are inscribed with inscriptions and some precious and special materials. Other than that, the most important thing is to put in a large amount of concept fragments. This is because the profound assimilation formation needs to consume concept fragments to help the person inside to comprehend the concept quickly. As everyone knows, once a martial artist who has comprehended a concept obtains the concept fragment of the concept that he has comprehended, the speed of his comprehension of the concept will increase by leaps and bounds. The profound assimilation formation can speed up this speed. As for how fast it is, to a certain extent, it depends on the comprehension ability of the person inside. The comprehension ability of the person who enters the profound assimilation formation will be magnified countless times. The higher the comprehension ability, the faster the speed of comprehending the concept. Qiyu explained. "Quickly comprehend the concept?" Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. "Then, with the 6th level intermediate earth concept that I've just comprehended a few days ago, would it be possible for me to comprehend a 7th level intermediate earth concept in there?" "Of course. As long as your comprehension ability is high enough and there are enough earth concept fragments in the profound assimilation formation, let alone the 7th level intermediate earth concept, it's not impossible for you to comprehend the 8th level intermediate earth concept." Qiyu added, "8th level intermediate earth concept?" Huang Daniu was stunned, completely stunned. Chapter 901. I can't believe that our five-element sect still has such a terrifying inscription formation. Initially, I thought that with the concept fragment, the speed of comprehending concept would be considered fast. However, in front of the profound assimilation formation, that speed is nothing at all. Crazy. This is too crazy. How can there be such a crazy inscription formation in the Cloud Continent? However, even though this profound assimilation formation is terrifying, it's not something that anyone can use. Every time it's activated, it would consume at least several hundred concept fragments. No wonder I've never heard of this profound assimilation formation, even though I've been in the Five Elements sect for so many years. Even our Five Elements sect can't bear such a consumption. Activating the profound assimilation formation in 10 days. This time, the sect is really going all out. The 10 young disciples who can enter are really lucky. After the group of Five Element sects disciples found out about the function of the profound assimilation formation, they went completely crazy. Envious gazes shot out from their eyes and landed on Duan Lingtian, Nangongchen, Nangongi, and the others. They knew very well that the 10 young disciples who displayed their extraordinary strength today would have a brand new transformation in the concept they comprehended 10 days later. It might even soar to the sky. 10 days later, the profound assimilation formation. How exciting! Tianjun, the son of the peak master of Earth Peak, had also walked out from the haze of failure. His eyes shone brightly. This time, my goal is the 7th level intermediate water concept. Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the peak master of Water Peak, had a gleam in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confidence. Currently, although her cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, she had only comprehended the 5th level intermediate water concept in terms of concept comprehension. Profound assimilation formation. 10 days later, I must comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. I'll never allow Brother Nangong to continue suppressing me. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the peak master of Fire Peak, had a cold expression on his face. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. And that Duan Lingtian. One day, I'll make him beg for death. At the thought of this, Hu Fei's cold eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian again. Although they were far apart, Duan Lingtian could still feel Hu Fei's cold gaze. He felt as if a cold wind was blowing behind his back. Hu Fei, I'll give you a surprise in 10 days. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. At this moment, it was as if he had become the master who controlled Hu Fei's fate. In the profound assimilation formation 10 days later, Duan Lingtian indeed had the ability to become sovereign. After all, the profound assimilation formation was created by the Emperor Wu himself. He had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He was no different from the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was alive. When the 5 Element sect senior officials and disciples left, the only thing they discussed was the profound assimilation formation. As for the Battle of the 5 Peaks, it was temporarily thrown to the back of their minds. After all, the profound assimilation formation was just too shocking. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, Chiyu, Yanling, Kazhang, and Chen Wei left together and returned to Wood Peak. On the way, Chen Wei sighed. It's been almost 20 years since I came to the 5 Element sect, but this is the first time I've heard about the profound assimilation formation. Duan Lingtian, Daniu, both of you must work hard when you enter the formation. Don't worry. Huang Daniu grinned. This time, I'll definitely comprehend the 8th level intermediate Earth concept. Who knows, maybe I'll be so lucky that I can directly comprehend the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. 9th level intermediate Earth concept? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, even Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but twitch his mouth. He felt that Huang Daniu was too greedy. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as well. Did this Daniu really think that the profound assimilation formation activated by the 5 Element sect was that insane? According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, the concept fragments that the 5 Element sect would put into the profound assimilation formation to consume 10 days later would definitely be some low-level concept fragments. If a martial artist used only one of these concept fragments and comprehended them over a long period of time, they might be able to improve a lot. However, if they were to be placed into the profound assimilation formation, they would be depleted very quickly. Moreover, each of them would not be very useful to a martial artist. It mainly relied on the accumulation of quantity. This was also the drawback of the profound assimilation formation. It consumed too many concept fragments. If I were to put in hundreds of seventh-level concept fragments or above at one go, the effect would be completely different. However, even if the 5-element sect only put in a bunch of low-level concept fragments, I'll still use them to elevate my 4 concepts quickly so that my strength can be elevated to a higher level. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes as he secretly made up his mind. He was confident about this. With my current spiritual energy, although I don't dare to say that I can completely seize the control of the profound assimilation formation, it's still not a problem for me to tamper with it a little. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if Duan Lingtian's words were heard by the 5-element sect senior officials, their jaws would most likely drop from shock. In fact, the 5-element sect's Gold Peak's profound assimilation formation was personally set up by a martial Monarch stage inscription master that the 5-element sect paid a huge price to hire many years ago. And now, Duan Lingtian, who had not even stepped into the void transformation stage, actually said that he would tamper with it a little. If that martial Monarch powerhouse knew about this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. After returning to Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu parted ways with Chiyu and the others and returned to the 3-story pavilion that they had been staying in all this time. Elder brother Duan, big guy. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu approached the pavilion, they immediately heard a familiar voice resonating in the air. On the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, a young girl was waving at them with a smile on her face. She was none other than Yi Xian, who had come to the 5-element sect with Duan Lingtian some time ago. Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu leaped onto the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion together. Duan Lingtian greeted Yi Xian with a smile on his face. Little girl Xian, you must be itching to see the Battle of the 5 Peaks, since you didn't get to witness it with your own eyes, right? Huang Daniu grinned and said, It's a pity that you didn't get to see your brother Nyo's peerless demeanor. What a pity, what a pity. Who wants to see you? Yi Xian said with a snort as she scrunched her nose. In the next instant, her eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Her eyes gleamed brightly as she asked, Elder brother Duan, how is it? Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. Not bad. Yi Xian was stunned. She was slightly puzzled. Little girl Xian, Duan Lingtian and I have personally made a move. Do you still need to ask about the result? If we can't make Wood Peak the first peak of the 5-element sect, we'd be too embarrassed to come back. Huang Daniu said with a carefree smile. You're bluffing. Yi Xian had a don't try to lie to me expression on her face. Don't think that I don't know. In the past history of the 5-element sect, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks have never been able to defeat Gold Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks and become the first peak of the 5-element sect. You said it yourself. That's the past history of the 5-element sect. What if I say that this history of the 5-element sect has been broken today? Huang Daniu continued to laugh. Broken? Yi Xian was stunned. She faintly realized that Huang Daniu did not seem to be joking. However, she did not really believe Huang Daniu. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was at the side. In her heart, only Duan Lingtian could make her completely and unconditionally trust him. What Daniu said is true. When he saw Yi Xian looking over, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Xiao Xian. From today onwards, the Wood Peak that we're at will be the first peak of the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. The first peak of the 5-element sect. Naturally, Yi Xian believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, she was still shocked to the point that she was stunned. Although it had not been long since she came to the 5-element sect and the Wood Peak, She still knew what the first peak of the five element sect represented and what it meant. And now, the wood peak would replace gold peak and become the first peak of the five element sect in the next 3 years. All of this was the credit of the two people standing before her. For a moment, she could not help but feel excited. Elder Brother Duan, tell me in detail about the Battle of the Five Peaks today. Yi Xian had always felt regretful that she could not witness the Battle of the Five Peaks today. However, there was nothing she could do. She had not stepped into the void prying stage yet, so she could not stand in the air. I'll let Daniu tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Big guy, tell me. Yi Xian looked at Huang Daniu and asked with a frown. I say, little girl Xian, you call Duan Lingtian elder brother Duan, but you call me big guy. Isn't that a little rude? Huang Daniu narrowed his eyes and asked slowly with a smile on his face. If you don't tell me, I'll burn your room down when you're cultivating in the future. When Yi Xian saw that Huang Daniu was about to take advantage of the situation, she glared at him and threatened. After being threatened by Yi Xian, the smile on Huang Daniu's face froze and completely collapsed. He was really afraid that Yi Xian would do something like that when he was cultivating, facing the mischievous and terrifying Yi Xian, not to mention that he could not bear to do anything to her. Even if he really wanted to, Duan Lingtian would probably not agree to it. I'm scared of you. Huang Daniu shook his head and then roughly told her about the situation of the Battle of the Five Peaks today. From the beginning, he had been bragging about how heroic he was. Little girl Xian, you didn't see it at that time. That Hu Fei was sent flying with a single punch from me. Humph, you're good. Yi Xian snorted. But you're not a match for Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Looks like the reason why Wood Peak can become the first peak in the five element sect in the next 3 years is all because of my elder brother Duan. It has nothing to do with you at all. Little girl Xian, you can't simply say that. Even if Duan Lingtian did make a move, our Wood Peak can still become the second peak in the five element sect in the next 3 years. When Huang Daniu saw that Yi Xian denied his credit with just one sentence, he immediately became anxious. You also said that we're the second. Can the second be compared to the first? Chapter 902. Yi Xian's words made Huang Daniu completely lose his temper. Indeed, even without him, just Duan Lingtian's strength alone was completely capable of assisting Wood Peak to seize the glory of the first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. All right. Duan Lingtian couldn't watch on any longer, and he mediated. Today, Daniu defeated the Fire Peak's Hu Fei, and not only did he vent his anger for Elder Yang, he even brought glory to our Wood Peak, and his contributions can't go unnoticed. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he immediately laughed and glanced at Yi Xian proudly. Yi Xian, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Let's go back and cultivate. Duan Lingtian glanced at the pair of clowns before him helplessly and took the lead to return to his room. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and sensed the origin energy in his body that had transformed. A bright smile appeared on his face. 7th level void interpretation. When he made the breakthrough earlier, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming. Not only did I make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, but the bottleneck to the 8th level void interpretation has also appeared. It won't be long before I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, his emotions surged, and he could not calm down for a long time. My cultivation base has made a breakthrough, and my spiritual energy has improved. I've left my concept far behind. However, 10 days later, my concept will have a new breakthrough as well. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about the profound assimilation formation. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was like a timely rain. It came to him just in time when the concept he had comprehended was still low. 10 more days. It'll be great if I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation within these 10 days. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. The yuan power within Duan Lingtian's body surged, even though it had brought along a trace of the medicinal efficacy of the nirvana pill. The medicinal efficacy of this nirvana pill was far from being as overbearing as before. I've used external origin energy and spiritual energy to stimulate the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Now, it has already become a frightened bird. In the future, it is impossible for him to be stimulated in the same way. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. In the future, unless he consumed the spirit fruit and let the medicinal power of the spirit fruit further stimulate the medicinal power of the rebirth pill. Otherwise, he would have to continuously raise his cultivation base to allow the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to gradually appear and help him raise his cultivation base even faster. Duan Lingtian's target was to break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage within 10 days. But the truth proved that it was merely a target. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. 10 days passed, yet the bottleneck that led to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage in Duan Lingtian's body didn't move in the slightest. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice resonated in his ears, waking Duan Lingtian up from his cultivation. He could not help but sigh. I'm still too greedy. Unless I have the spirit fruit, I'm afraid it'll take me at least 2 to 3 months to complete the breakthrough. It's already been 10 days? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he opened the door and looked at Huang Daniu, who was standing outside. You really forgot about the time when you're cultivating. Today is the day we'll go to Gold Peak and enter the profound assimilation formation. The Peak Master is already waiting for us. Huang Daniu smiled. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and rose into the air with Huang Daniu. Soon after, they saw Chiyu, who was waiting in the sky. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian greeted him. Chiyu smiled and nodded in response. Let's go. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to respond, he lifted his hand and a wave of majestic and vast invisible energy swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu when they sensed the energy that was so powerful that it made them feel oppressed. In the next moment, they noticed the energy that shrouded them trembled but did not hurt them. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. We're here. At the same time, Chiyu's voice resonated in their ears. When they squinted their eyes and looked forward, they saw a familiar mountain in front of them. Both of them were dumbfounded. Gold Peak? Huang Daniu's jaw dropped. He could not close it for a long time. He was still at Wood Peak a moment ago, and he was already at Gold Peak in the next moment. Although the two peaks were not far apart, Huang Daniu was still shocked from the bottom of his heart when he saw how the Peak Master arrived here from the other side in just a blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was secretly shocked. This Peak Master of Wood Peak was definitely not an ordinary 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse. It was highly possible that he was a powerhouse at the peak of the void transformation stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so fast. We're a little late. Chi, you seem to have noticed something, as he smiled faintly. Then he brought Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to a platform on the mountainside of Gold Peak. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. When they arrived at the entrance of a spacious palace on the platform, he finally understood why Chiyu said they were a little late. At this moment, other than Guocheng, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and his 2 direct disciples, the 3 great peak masters of Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak had also arrived in the palace. There were two young men standing next to each of them. Duan Lingtian and Huang Dani walked side by side as they followed behind Qiyu into the palace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to look around curiously. He noticed that the palace was filled with the aura of inscriptions. It was obvious that many inscription formations were set up. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the spacious platform in the palace. On the platform, Duan Lingtian could sense a trace of familiar aura of inscription formations with his spiritual energy. Naturally, this was the first time he sensed such an aura. The reason why he said it was familiar was because the Reincarnation Emperor was very familiar with it. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's two reincarnations memories, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would find it familiar as well. The profound assimilation formation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the profound assimilation formation was actually in this palace. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little excited. Humph! Qiyu, you and the people from Wood Peak are really arrogant. How dare you ask the sect leader to wait for you? The moment Duan Lingtian and the other two entered the palace, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had already cast a cold glance at them as he mocked them. Cha Bai, it seems like you've really forgotten the pain after your wounds have healed. A disdainful smile crept up on the corner of Qiyu's mouth. Or perhaps I was too lenient on you last time. If you need it, I can make you stay in bed for a few months at any time. A threat. A blatant threat. Qiyu's words caused Cha Bai's face to turn green and pale. Although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. Sect leader, look. Right now, this Qiyu is riding on top of your head as well. Cha Bai took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for Qiyu, so he did not confront Qiyu directly. Instead, he looked at Guocheng and said angrily. However, Guocheng ignored Qiyu's provocation. He nodded at Qiyu and said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. The 10 of you, go to the platform and sit down with your legs crossed. After you've sat down, take out your concept fragments and begin to comprehend it. After 15 minutes, I'll activate the profound assimilation formation." Guocheng glanced at the 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, before he said slowly, "After the profound assimilation formation is activated, I'll put in several hundred concept fragments. At that time, those concept fragments will be absorbed by the profound assimilation formation and transform into concept energy that will help all of you to elevate your concept quickly. As for how much you can elevate your concept to, it'll depend on your own comprehension and luck." Guocheng finished his sentence in one breath. The moment Guocheng's words left his mouth, the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, who were next to him, flew up to the spacious platform in the palace and sat down with their legs crossed at a distance. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, the 6 people from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak ascended the platform one by one and sat down with their legs crossed. Hu Fei glared at the purple figure in the distance with his cold eyes before he closed his eyes. Holding a fire concept fragment in his hand, he began to comprehend the fire concept in a meditative state. Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tianjin from Earth Peak also closed their eyes one after another and began to comprehend the concept with the help of the concept fragments. The other 3 young disciples from the 3 peaks also closed their eyes one after another. "Dani, let's go." Duan Lingtian completely ignored Hu Fei's cold eyes. He called out to Huang Daniu and flew up to the platform in front of them together. However, there was a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, mixed with a trace of a conspiratorial smile. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu sat down with their legs crossed separately. Huang Daniu held an earth concept fragment in his hand and began to comprehend. He turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Duan Lingtian also closed his eyes and began to comprehend. However, he had 2 concept fragments in his hand at the same time. They were the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment. It was fortunate that Guachong, the sect leader of the Five Element sect, and the peak masters of the other four peaks did not see this. Otherwise, who knew how shocked they would be? Comprehending two different concepts with the help of two different concept fragments at the same time? They had never heard of anyone who could do this on the Cloud continent before. A quarter of an hour passed quietly. In the eyes of the peak masters of the 5 peaks of the 5 element sect, the 10 young talents on the high platform had completely entered the concept comprehension state. However, they did not notice that there was one person who was not in the state at all. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's going to be activated soon. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. He was a little excited. He was waiting for the moment the sect leader of the 5 element sect would activate the profound assimilation formation. Only then would he be able to smoothly integrate his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation and do what he wanted to do. Chapter 903. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, Guachong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, made his move. With a raise of his hand, for origin stones that were shining with white light shot out and landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform. Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed, a white mist gushed out of the high platform and shrouded the 10 young talents on the high platform. It was apparent that this was an inscription formation. To be more precise, it was a profound assimilation formation. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, suddenly released the spiritual energy that had been accumulating in his mind. In just a moment, it followed the spiritual energy that extended from the various materials that formed the profound assimilation formation and merged into the profound assimilation formation like a fish in water. It's done. Now, all that's left is to wait for the hundreds of concept fragments. As long as those concept fragments come into contact with the profound assimilation formation, they'll be instantly refined and transformed into concept energy. Usually, the amount of concept energy that can be absorbed by the people in the profound assimilation formation will not be more than 1%. However, with the advantage that I have now, and the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can extract 10% of the concept energy to help me improve the concept that I've comprehended. This was also Duan Lingtian's goal. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not want to extract all of the concept energy that was refined by the profound assimilation formation, but he could not do it at all right now. 10% was the limit that he estimated based on his current spiritual energy. After all, his spiritual energy was only at the 8th level void interpretation. It was still too weak in front of the profound assimilation formation. The minimum requirement to set up the profound assimilation formation was spiritual energy that was at the martial monarch stage or above. With his current spiritual energy, he could only snatch 10% of the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation because of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's thorough understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Otherwise, let alone snatching the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation, he could not even merge his spiritual energy with the profound assimilation formation. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly waiting, seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At the same time, he could clearly sense a strange spiritual energy suddenly attacking him from within the profound assimilation formation. It then followed the spiritual energy that he had extended out and attacked his soul. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. There's a reversal formation hidden inside the profound assimilation formation. Damn it! The reversal formation was a type of passive defensive inscription formation that was a one-time use inscription formation. It was usually hidden in other inscription formations and belonged to the category of inscription formations. Normally, the reversal formation would not have any unusual movements. However, once an inscription master's spiritual energy entered the inscription formation that hid the reversal formation, the reversal formation would be activated and turn into a mirror. The inscription master's spiritual power would be replicated and reflected back, directly attacking his soul and injuring it. Of course, the prerequisite was that the inscription master who left behind the reversal array had to have a stronger spiritual power than the invader. Otherwise, the reversal formation would not have been activated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was facing a spiritual energy that was as strong as his own spiritual power. The spiritual energy was charging straight to the soul in the depths of his mind. Although the strength of the spiritual energy was not enough to completely destroy Duan Lingtian's soul, it was enough to cause great damage to Duan Lingtian's soul. Boom! The spiritual energy came very quickly. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, it had already collided with Duan Lingtian's soul as though it wanted to completely destroy it. Duan Lingtian's soul instantly trembled, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness, and his vision blurred as he lost consciousness. Even the spiritual energy that had entered the profound assimilation formation was almost subconsciously retracted from the impact. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian reacted in time and controlled his spiritual energy, so it did not leave the profound assimilation formation. If his spiritual energy left the profound assimilation formation that had been activated, everything that he had prepared and done today would be in vain. That was not something he wanted to see. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that his soul would be severely injured, he realized that his soul was unharmed. The spiritual energy that had collided with his soul had also disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He subconsciously used another spiritual energy to check his soul. This check shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. My spiritual brand is gone. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. The spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul, which was also what he relied on to unleash his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had completely disappeared from his soul. Without this spiritual brand, it meant that he could no longer use his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. It's that spiritual energy. It must have destroyed the spiritual brand. It was precisely because the spiritual brand blocked that mental energy that my soul was able to remain unscathed. This was something that Duan Lingtian could easily figure out. Without the spiritual brand, it meant that his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was gone. From now on, he could no longer use his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, against his enemies. He could no longer use his unpredictable illusory space to toy with his opponents in the palm of his hand. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian was very, very disappointed. The soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had accompanied him for a very long time. Along the way, it had saved him many times. It had also given him the ability to defeat the strong as the weak. He had defeated many martial artists who were stronger than him. Now, the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was gone. It had left him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy trembled. It caused him to quiver. He temporarily, through the disappointment of his spiritual brand being destroyed and the disappearance of his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to the back of his mind. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the originally calm, profound assimilation formation had suddenly become restless. Without even thinking, he could guess the reason why the profound assimilation formation was restless. Guachong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, was finally going to throw the hundreds of soul fragments into the profound assimilation formation. The spiritual brand is gone, and the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, is gone. It's a foregone conclusion. It can't be changed. What I have to do now is to seize this opportunity and let my 4 concepts soar. Duan Lingtian quickly adjusted his mood. He was anticipating the arrival of the hundreds of concept fragments. He knew very well that without the spiritual brand and the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, He was nothing compared to the group of young talents in the Five Elements sect, let alone the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Even Hu Fei from Fire Peak could easily defeat him. Hu Fei was at the 7th level void interpretation. He had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. What about him? 7th level void interpretation. He had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. The remaining 3 types of elementary concepts added together did not exceed the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. What did he have to compete with Hu Fei? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, he was still far from being a match for Hu Fei. Although Duan Lingtian was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. Without the soul skill Thousand Illusions, to a certain extent he was just a piece of trash with a high cultivation base and low strength. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would be trampled under Hu Fei's feet. Was he willing to be trampled under Hu Fei's feet? Of course not. This time, I want to rely on the profound assimilation formation to possess the strength to defeat Hu Fei, Nangong Qin, and Nangong Yi without using the soul skill Thousand Illusions. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with longing. It was an endless longing. Duan Lingtian's unusual movement was completely shrouded by the profound assimilation formation that had transformed into a cloud of fog. Naturally, the peak masters of the Five Elements sect outside did not notice it. At this moment, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, who was also the peak master of Gold Peak, Guochong, was standing in front of the high platform. There were hundreds of concept fragments suspended in the air in front of him. They were held up by an invisible force and did not move for a long time. Among these concept fragments, there were green, red, blue, purple, and even earthy yellow. These 4 colors represented the 5 types of nature concepts, namely wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth. They were the concept fragments that corresponded to the 5 types of concepts. Of course, other than these 5 colors of concept fragments, there were also 2 other types of concept fragments that were emitting waves of sharp aura. These 2 types of concept fragments were shining with a faint light on their surface. The light either condensed into a sword or a saber. It was the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment. However, compared to the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments, the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment were much lesser. Do any of you have any sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments with you? I remember that the 5th level void interpretation stage disciple of the Fire Peak comprehended sword concept. The 5th level void interpretation stage disciple of the Earth Peak comprehended saber concept. Guochong looked at the other 4 peak masters and asked slowly. Based on his words, it was obvious that he felt that the sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments were too little. I have 23 sword concept fragments with me. The lowest is the 1st level, while the highest is the 4th level. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, raised his hand and took out 13 sword concept fragments. I also have 21 saber concept fragments with me. Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, also took out 11 saber concept fragments. As for Qi Yu and Tan Huan, the peak masters of Wood Peak and Water Peak, they did not make any move at all. All the peaks in the 5 Elements sect were originally in a competitive relationship. They would not be willing to do things that would benefit the disciples of the other peaks. Moreover, no matter if it was Cha Bai or Tiangu, the concept fragments that they took out were all beneficial to the disciples of their own peaks. If they were asked to take out other concept fragments, they would definitely not be willing to do so. It's almost time. Chapter 904. The eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up when they heard Guochong's words. Whoosh! Suddenly, Guochong raised his hand. At once, The hundreds of concept fragments that were suspended in front of him rained down on the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the entire high platform. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the concept fragments fell into the fog that shrouded the high platform and disappeared. It's here! Duan Lingtian, who was in the profound assimilation formation, immediately noticed the appearance of the hundreds of concept fragments when he merged his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation. As soon as the concept fragments fell into the profound assimilation formation, they were refined into waves of concept energy by the profound assimilation formation. The concept energy instantly filled the entire space in the profound assimilation formation. Duan Lingtian, who had opened his eyes, could clearly see the solidified concept energy. There were 7 types of concept energy in total. 5 of them were green, red, blue, purple, and khaki, respectively. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments. The other 2 types were colorless. However, there was a faint, solidified energy surrounding them. They were either swords or sabers. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the sword and saber concept fragments. Unfortunately, I've only comprehended the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. Otherwise, I would have gained more this time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His spiritual energy began to move in the profound assimilation formation. He tried his best to control the profound assimilation formation according to the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, the green concept energy, purple concept energy, khaki concept energy that permeated the profound assimilation formation, as well as the concept energy that permeated the sword-shaped energy in the surroundings, were separated by 1/10 each. The 4 types of concept energy that were separated shook in the air and flew in the same direction. It was the direction where Duan Lingtian was at. Whoosh! 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 The concept energy that originated from a large amount of wind concept fragments, lightning concept fragments, earth concept fragments, and sword concept fragments surged into Duan Lingtian's body. At the same time, for material concepts emanated from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, and they became even more majestic and vast. It was the concept of wind, concept of thunder, concept of earth, and concept of sword. The 4 wills gradually grew stronger and transformed. It was obvious that it was constantly digesting the 4 concept energies that surged into Duan Lingtian's body. As long as it completely digested the 4 concept energies, the 4 concepts would complete their final transformation. After separating the 4 types of concept energy that he needed and allowing them to flow into his body, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian could feel the profound assimilation formation that had consumed more than 90% of his spiritual energy trembling as though he was about to be forced out of the profound assimilation formation. With my current spiritual energy, it's not enough to separate the concept energy anymore. However, it's still possible for me to make someone in the profound assimilation formation be repelled by the concept energy. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian used the last bit of his spiritual energy to pierce into the profound assimilation formation again and gave his last command. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had merged into the profound assimilation formation was completely depleted. If Duan Lingtian opened his eyes now, he would definitely see it immediately. A red figure that was also in the profound assimilation formation was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. There seemed to be an additional resistance around him. As soon as this resistance appeared, the red concept energy that was originally close to him, which was also the concept energy that was transformed from the fire concept fragments, was completely pushed away. It could not get close to him at all. At this moment, the red concept energy gradually dissipated and soon disappeared without a trace. The other 8 people had more or less absorbed some of the concept energy that they needed. However, the concept energy that had merged into their bodies was only 1% of the total. The remaining concept energy disappeared into the profound assimilation formation just like that. It was as though it was forcefully swallowed by the profound assimilation formation. Even if it was only 1% of the concept energy, it was still enough to benefit the 8 of them greatly. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour went by. 2 hours went by. Outside the profound assimilation formation, the 5 peak masters of the 5-element sect were waiting outside the high platform. Their eyes were fixed on the profound assimilation formation from the beginning until the end. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. All of them wanted to know what level the concepts that the young geniuses from their respective peaks who entered the profound assimilation formation had elevated to. 5 hours went by very quickly. However, the mist on the high platform did not disappear. This also meant that the profound assimilation formation was still there. The concept energy transformed from the concept fragments had not been completely digested by the people inside. What's going on? Yu Fong, the peak master of Water Peak, frowned. Something doesn't seem right. I remember that when the few of us entered the profound assimilation formation, it only took us 3 hours to come out. I think it's a little strange as well. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, nodded his head. Unfortunately, my spiritual energy can't penetrate this profound assimilation formation. There's no way for me to investigate the situation inside. There's only one possibility. Someone hasn't completely digested the concept energy that has entered his body. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, said solemnly. Looks like this generation of disciples has given us a big surprise. The longer we stay in there, the more benefits we'll get. Gua Cheng, the peak master of Gold Peak, who is also the sect leader of 5-element sect, exclaimed in surprise. Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, stood by the side with a face filled with anticipation as well. Duan Lingtian, could be you? Chi Yu asked quietly in his heart. Inside the profound assimilation formation. Due to the existence of the profound assimilation formation, even those young talents who had completely digested the concept energy they had absorbed and raised the concept they had comprehended had yet to wake up. Once they were shrouded by the profound assimilation formation, they would not wake up as long as the profound assimilation formation did not disappear. At this moment, they were completely unaware of the changes in the concept they had comprehended. Only when the profound assimilation formation disappeared completely would they be able to sense the changes in the concept they had comprehended and wake up immediately. It was very easy to make the profound assimilation formation disappear. As long as the concept energy that was lingering in the profound assimilation formation, including the concept energy in the body of the people in the profound assimilation formation, disappeared completely, the profound assimilation formation would disappear as well. Right now, the only person who was awake in the profound assimilation formation was Duan Lingtian alone. This feels so good. Duan Lingtian was in a great mood when he could clearly sense that the 4 concepts he had comprehended were still rising. Originally, I would need to spend at least 120 hours to completely digest these 4 concept energy. However, since I can comprehend 2 different concept energy at the same time, I only need half the time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. For Huang Daniu and the others, it would take them 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of a concept energy. On the other hand, it would take him 30 hours to absorb and digest 10% of a concept energy. For concepts meant that he would need 120 hours. Since he could comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time, it was even more efficient. The time was halved, which meant that he would only need 60 hours. Now, 5 hours have passed. I still need 55 hours. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in the 4 concepts that were rising rapidly again. The feeling of sitting on a rocket made him feel extremely carefree from the bottom of his heart. Wind, sometimes gentle, sometimes swift. Thunder, sometimes reserved, sometimes violent. Sword, sometimes calm, sometimes swift and fierce. Earth, it made Duan Lingtian feel as though he had become one with the earth beneath him. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Inside the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian, who was digesting the four-concept energy to his heart's content and improving the concepts he had comprehended, was in a great mood. He only hoped that this moment would last forever. However, the 5 people outside of the profound assimilation formation were completely anxious. It's already been 10 hours, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Could something have happened inside? Tian-gu speculated worriedly. I don't think so. Yu Feng shook her head. This profound assimilation formation was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master that was hired by our 5-element sex ancestors. It has never had any problems before, and this time shouldn't be an exception as well. But this time it's taking too long. In the history of our 5-element sect, no matter which time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would usually only take 3 hours to complete. Cha Bai frowned as his face turned slightly grave. At this moment, even Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, was no longer as calm as before. 10 hours. What's going on inside? Soon. Guo Chong looked at Chiyu, who was standing by the side with a calm expression. Chiyu, what do you think? What can I think? Chiyu shrugged and smiled faintly. What's the use of us being anxious right now? Don't tell me that we can still forcefully break this profound assimilation formation and enter to check on those little fellows? Tian-gu could not help but smile wryly when he heard Chiyu's words. That's the inscription formation that was set up by Emperor Wu. How can the few of us possibly break it forcefully? We've only mastered the method to open the profound assimilation formation, but we haven't mastered the method to close it. According to the martial monarch stage senior, as long as the concept energy is completely absorbed and digested by the people inside the profound assimilation formation, the profound assimilation formation will be completely closed. It has always been like this. When Guo Chong reached the end of a sentence, he frowned slightly. But this time it's a little strange. Don't tell me that someone hasn't completely absorbed and digested the concept energy yet. Chapter 905. Guo Chong's words reminded the other 4 peak masters, including Chiyu. At once, they could not help but be shocked. That was right. If there was really someone who had not completely absorbed and digested the concept energy contained in the profound assimilation formation, to what extent would his concept be raised to? I don't think that's possible. Very soon, Tian-gu seemed to have recalled something as he shook his head and frowned. Ever since the profound assimilation formation became popular in the entire Cloud continent several thousand years ago, I've never heard of anyone being able to stay in it for more than 3.5 hours, let alone 10 hours. Usually it would be around 3 hours. Perhaps something has happened in the profound assimilation formation. Tian-gu voiced out his speculation. What you said does make sense. Yu Feng, who was standing by the side, nodded her head. A hint of worry could be seen in between her eyebrows. If something has really happened in the profound assimilation formation, would anything happen to them? The moment Yu Feng's words left her mouth, Guo Chong, Chiyu, and Cha Bai's faces turned grave immediately. The words that Tian-gu said earlier had resonated with them as well. Right now, after listening to Yu Feng's words, they could not help but feel worried as well. They were worried about the safety of the disciples in the profound assimilation formation. Time continued to pass by quietly. Just like that, a day had passed by quickly. It's already been a day and there's still no movement at all. No, I must break through this profound assimilation formation. After waiting for a day, Cha Bai could no longer hold himself back and immediately flew out. With a raise of his hand, a flaming saber materialized in his hand and slashed down with a whistling sound. Whoosh! The flaming saber slammed into the profound assimilation formation fiercely. However, when it came into contact with the mist above the profound assimilation formation, it completely disappeared. The mist above the profound assimilation formation was like a terrifying beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the flaming saber whole. It's useless. Seeing that Cha Bai was about to make his move again, Tiangu shook his head and said, "That's an inscription formation that's set up by a martial monarch powerhouse. On top of that, it's a profound assimilation formation that requires an extremely high amount of spiritual energy. Unless you're a martial monarch powerhouse, it's impossible for you to forcefully destroy it." Tiangu himself was an inscription master. He had the absolute right to speak in this regard. Therefore, after hearing Tiangu's words, even though Cha Bai's face was still a little ugly, he was no longer as impulsive as before. "Peak Master Cha Bai, we can understand your feelings. However, just like what Peak Master Chi you said earlier, the only thing we can do now is to wait for the profound assimilation formation to close on its own and for them to come out." Cha Bai nodded. Then he glanced at Guo Chong and Chi Yu, who were sitting cross-legged at a low altitude. After taking a deep breath, he also sat cross-legged in the air. He meditated while waiting for his direct disciple, Hu Fei, to come out of the profound assimilation formation. Soon, another day had passed. Still nothing. Chi Yu opened his eyes and looked at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform not far away. He muttered to himself, "Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, please don't let anything happen to the two of you. The future of the Wood Peak depends on the two of you to support it." After witnessing the strength of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, Chi Yu had already regarded both of them as the future pillars of the Wood Peak. In his heart, he even had the thought of cultivating one of them to be the next peak master of Wood Peak. Of course, the reason why he had the thought of choosing one of them was not because he felt that it was difficult to choose because both of them had similar innate talents. It was because he felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to stay in the Wood Peak and the Five-Element sect in the future. After all, Duan Lingtian was an anomaly. He was publicly acknowledged as the darling of the heavens on the Cloud Continent. Such an existence was destined to not be bound by the Five-Element sect. In the entire eastern region of the Northern Desert, the Five-Element sect could be considered as one of the three major forces. However, in the entire Cloud Continent, it was only a tiny third-rate force at the border. It was not even worth mentioning in front of the truly powerful forces. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing, he would not hesitate to regard Duan Lingtian as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling, he would not force him. He could only settle for the second best and choose Huang Daniu as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Although Huang Daniu was not as good as Duan Lingtian, he was much more outstanding compared to the other Wood Peak disciples. Why? Are you worried about Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Chi Yu's ears through voice transmission. He did not even need to turn his head to know whose voice it was. "Aren't you worried about those two precious disciples of yours?" Chi Yu glanced at Guo Chong, who was standing nearby, and asked through voice transmission. The moment Guo Chong heard that, he smiled wryly. How could he not be worried? Of course not. After so many years of being together, he who did not have any children had long regarded his two direct disciples as his own. "Did you ask Duan Lingtian if he's willing to stay in the Five-Element sect in the future?" Guo Chong looked at Chi Yu and asked through voice transmission again. Without waiting for Chi Yu's reply, he added, "As long as he's willing to stay in the Five-Element sect, not only will he become the Peak Master of Wood Peak, I can even pass on the position of the sect leader of Five-Element sect to him." Chi Yu could not help but be moved by Guo Chong's words. What about your two direct disciples? Them. When Guo Chong heard Chi Yu mentioning Nangong and his brother, he could not help but sigh. Those two boys are really ambitious. They've already decided to leave the Five Elements sect after coming out from that place and explore the outside world together. Their ambition is not bad. Moreover, they've been staying in the Five Elements sect since they were young and have never left. It's not strange for them to yearn for the outside world. Chi Yu nodded. They're too ambitious. It's impossible for them to inherit the position of the sect leader of Five Elements sect. If Duan Lingtian is willing, I can pass on the position of the sect leader to him even without him coming to Gold Peak. Guo Chong replied, Don't tell me you think that the position of the sect leader of Five Elements sect that even your two precious disciples don't care about can move Duan Lingtian. Chi Yu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned solemn. Don't forget, he's still a variant. Variant. Upon hearing Chi Yu's words, Guo Chong fell silent. That was right. How monstrous was a variant? How could they be bound by the Five Elements sect? Even those top-notch first-rate forces on Cloud Continent would fight to the death for a variant. I can't help but feel that something's not right about the situation with the profound assimilation formation this time. By right, it's impossible for anything to happen to the profound assimilation formation. Soon, Guo Chong changed the topic. He looked at Chi Yu and asked, Do you think this incident has something to do with Duan Lingtian? After all, he's a variant. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Chi Yu rolled his eyes at Guo Chong. Looking at the way he was acting, he did not seem like he was talking to a sect leader at all. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary senior brother chatting with each other. Guo Chong was rendered speechless. However, he did not mind Chi Yu's casual attitude at all. In front of other people, perhaps he would still put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Chi Yu to show the dignity of a sect leader. However, when he was talking to Chi Yu in private, he did not treat himself as the sect leader at all. Instead, he still treated Chi Yu as the junior brother that he used to roam the world with in the past. At that time, he had saved Chi Yu's life many times, and Chi Yu had saved his life many times as well. Although he and Chi Yu were not from the same peak and were usually in a competitive relationship, they were still friends who would go through life and death together. In the current Five Elements sect, only they knew about the friendship between the two of them. Even the peak masters of the other three peaks did not know about the friendship between the two of them. Otherwise, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, would not have deliberately tried to sow discord between Guo Chong and Chi Yu in front of Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Elements sect. If Cha Bai knew about the friendship between the two of them, he would most likely be so angry that he would vomit blood. As it turned out, his action of wasting so much saliva was just a big joke in the eyes of Guo Chong and Chi Yu. 2 days have already passed. To think that the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Guo Chong sighed. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that we won't have to wait too long. Chi Yu chimed in. All right. Guo Chong nodded his head and continued to close his eyes to meditate. Chi Yu also closed his eyes and waited patiently. Not long after the two of them closed their eyes, Cha Bai, who was hovering on the other side, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and muttered to himself, Hu Fei, with your attainments in fire concept, with the help of the profound assimilation formation, you should be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept this time, right? Cha Bai's words were filled with great expectations for Hu Fei. Not long after, Tiangu and Yu Fong also opened their eyes. They glanced at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and sighed softly before closing their eyes again. Time continued to pass by. 1 hour, 2 hours. In just a blink of an eye, another 7 hours had passed by. Inside the profound assimilation formation, a purple figure sat there. His body was completely surrounded by 4 solidified energies that were emitting a vast and majestic aura. This was a young man in purple. He sat there motionlessly, like a mountain, like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. If one looked closely, one would easily notice it. 2 of the energies surrounding the young man's body were increasing at an extremely fast speed. Together with the other 2 energies, they emitted a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura was like the howling of the wind, the roaring of the thunder, and the trembling of the earth. Apart from that, there was also an extremely sharp aura that was moving around the purple-clad young man like a shadow. If there was anyone here, they would be able to recognize the sharp aura with just a glance. It was the sword concept. Not only that, but it did not seem like an ordinary sword concept as well. The concept energy, refined by the earth concept fragment and sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation, is only a little bit away from being completely digested. I'll need at most 5 hours. Chapter 906. 5 hours was not a long time. Very soon it had passed by. When Duan Lingtian sensed that the remaining concept energy had completely merged with the concept that he had comprehended and raised his concept to a certain level, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the profound assimilation formation had begun to shake. He knew that the profound assimilation formation was about to close on its own. An ordinary person can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours at most. However, I've been in there for a total of 60 hours. And this is because my consciousness can be divided into 2, allowing me to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. Otherwise, I could have stayed in there for 120 hours. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he glanced at the 9 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he made up his mind. I mustn't let anyone find out that the reason why the profound assimilation formation has been open for 60 hours is because of me. Otherwise, once this matter spreads out, I'm afraid countless people will want to get the method to stay in the profound assimilation formation for such a long time for me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he withdrew the 4 types of vast and majestic concepts that were spreading out from his body and closed his eyes again. The profound assimilation formation was about to close. What he needed to do now was to not give himself away so that no one would be able to trace him. After all, there were a total of 10 people in the profound assimilation formation. As long as he did not give himself away, even if someone really suspected him, they would not have any evidence and would not dare to confirm it. Outside the profound assimilation formation, in front of the high platform, the 5 peak masters who were sitting cross-legged in the air opened their eyes at the same time. The reason they had such a tacit understanding was that they had noticed the strange movement of the profound assimilation formation in front of them at the same time. The profound assimilation formation is finally closing. Tian Gu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. It's been 2.5 days. If we convert it into hours, it would be 60 hours. Yu Feng exclaimed. Usually, the people who are in the profound assimilation formation can only stay for about 3 hours at most. However, the 10 of them have stayed for 60 hours. This is really strange. Cha Bai's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Either something has happened to the profound assimilation formation, or someone has absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours straight. The former is fine, but if it is the latter, Guo Chong muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Guo Chong's murmur was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the peak leaders of the other 4 peaks, who agreed with him. At the same time, they stared at the gradually dissipating fog in front of them. All of them wanted to know if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. If that was the case, then to what extent would that person's concept be raised to? Duan Lingtian, could it be you? Qi Yu asked again in his heart. He had a feeling that the change in the profound assimilation formation had something to do with Duan Lingtian. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was a variant that he had such thoughts. When the fog gradually dissipated, it also meant that the profound assimilation formation had been shut down. After the profound assimilation formation was completely shut down, the fog on the high platform disappeared without a trace. Only 10 young men and women were left sitting cross-legged. Their eyes were closed, and they did not move at all. Seeing that their disciples were safe and sound, the 5 peak leaders could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, when they recalled that the profound assimilation formation would only be activated after 60 hours, they glanced at the 10 people on the high platform one by one. It was as though they wanted to see if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy. If that was the case, even if that person had only comprehended the first level void interpretation concept earlier, he would definitely be able to raise his 4th level void transformation concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. They were fortunate enough to enter the profound assimilation formation once before, so they knew very well how much the profound assimilation formation could raise a martial artist's strength. 3 hours was enough to raise a person's void interpretation concept by 1 or 2 levels. 60 hours was 20 times longer than 3 hours. One could imagine how much their concept would be raised if they continued to absorb concept energy for such a long time. Due to this reason, all of them wanted to know if there was really someone among the 10 young talents who had absorbed a huge amount of concept energy for 60 hours. Or perhaps there was really something wrong with the profound assimilation formation. Soon after, the 10 young talents who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform, including Duan Lingtian, opened their eyes one after another. The moment they opened their eyes, a hint of confusion could be seen on all 10 of their faces. Duan Lingtian was no exception as well. In order not to give himself away, his reaction was almost the same as the other 9 people. The time spent comprehending this time. It seems like it took more than 3 hours, right? Tianjun from Earth Peak said with a frown as he stretched his arms and legs. I feel like a long time has passed as well. Tan Huan from Water Peak stood up as well and nodded her head. I didn't feel anything when I was in the state of comprehending concept earlier. However, it feels like a few days have passed now. It really doesn't feel like it only took 3 hours. Nangong Yi from Gold Peak chimed in as well. It was apparent that before they entered the profound assimilation formation, they knew that those who entered the profound assimilation formation would usually stay in there for about 3 hours. It would definitely not exceed 3.5 hours. There were many profound assimilation formations on Cloud Continent, but nobody had ever stayed in there for more than 3.5 hours. Why is it 3 hours? Huang Daniu asked with a confused look on his face. That's right. Why is it 3 hours? Duan Lingtian followed Huang Daniu and asked with a confused look on his face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was naturally acting dumb. However, nobody saw through him. Peak Master Qi, you didn't tell you? Nangong, he was stunned at first. Then he proceeded to tell Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu about his understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Usually, those who enter the profound assimilation formation can only stay in there for about 3 hours. Until now, I've never heard of an exception in the entire Cloud Continent. Nangong, he finished his sentence in one breath. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian secretly scoffed at Nangong Yi's explanation. If his spiritual energy was strong enough to absorb all of the concept energy, he could definitely stay in the profound assimilation formation for a longer period of time. Naturally, he knew the reason why ordinary people could only stay in there for 3 hours. It was because those people could only absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. No matter how strong one's comprehension was, one would only need 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy. Of course, even if it was only 1%, it was enough to raise one's concept to a certain level. I also feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. It feels like a few days have passed. Don't tell me that being in the profound assimilation formation makes one feel like a day is as long as a year. Huang Daniu frowned and pondered for a while before he finally asked. At once, the 10 young talents' eyes that were filled with questions landed on the peak masters of each of the 5 element sects' peaks in unison. They wanted to get an answer from them. Indeed, all of you have been in there for more than 3 hours. To be exact, all of you have been in there for 2.5 days, which is a total of 60 hours. Gua Chong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who is also the sect leader of 5 element sect, said slowly, 2.5 days? 60 hours? The moment Gua Chong's words left his mouth, the 10 young talents could not help but be stunned. Among them, Nangong Yi from Gold Peak was included as well. His face was still cold and did not change much. However, there was a hint of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. It was obvious that he was also shocked by his master's words. Master, didn't you say that the martial artists on the Cloud Continent can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for about 3 hours at most? What's with the 60 hours? Nangong, he was the first to ask. His face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand this at all. The other young talents were also confused and puzzled. All of them looked at Guo Chong in confusion, wanting to get an answer from him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was included among them as well. Although Duan Lingtian knew the reason, it was impossible for him to reveal it. In order to not give himself away, he pretended to be ignorant just like the other 9 people. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that a pair of eyes had locked onto him. This pair of eyes was sizing him up from head to toe as though they were trying to figure out something from him. Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the owner of this pair of eyes. It was Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. Peak master, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian looked at Chiyu and asked through voice transmission. His face was filled with confusion. Duan Lingtian, I remember that the concept you comprehended earlier was only the 3rd level intermediate wind concept, right? I'm looking forward to seeing your improvement after coming out of the profound assimilation formation this time. Qi Yu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. He emphasized on the word improvement as though he was hinting at something. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me that the peak master of Wood Peak discovered something? Impossible. Soon after, Duan Lingtian denied it. He must think that I'm a variant and suspect that I'm the one who made the profound assimilation formation open for 60 hours instead of 3. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian calmed down in his heart, and he replied unhurriedly via voice transmission. Peak Master, there's something you might not know. The concept I've comprehended isn't just the wind concept. To be more precise, the wind concept is the weaker one of the 2 void interpretation concepts that I've comprehended. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that Qi Yu knew that he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept earlier. Previously, when he and Huang Daniu had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already made his move. At that time, his target was Luo Chun and Hong Shi, who were now dead. At that time, he had already demonstrated his 3rd level intermediate wind concept. Chapter 907. What? As expected, shock appeared on Qi Yu's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. YUV comprehended another void interpretation concept as well. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Qi Yu and looked at Gua Chong, the sect leader of 5 element sect. In the face of Nangong Yi's question, Gua Chong finally opened his mouth. Logically speaking, all of you should have stayed in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours before coming out. This time, All of you have stayed in there for a total of 60 hours. Let alone all of you. Even we find it strange and puzzling as well. Guo Chong replied. Guo Chong's words caused the group of young geniuses to be stunned. However, there's one thing that I'm certain of. Guo Chong's gaze swept across the 10 young talents, including Duan Lingtian, one by one before he said slowly, there are only 2 possibilities for the profound assimilation formation to remain open for 60 hours. First, something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Second, someone has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours. When Guo Chong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone brightly. Continuously absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours? The moment Guo Chong's words left his mouth, the 9 young talents, other than Duan Lingtian, were completely dumbfounded. If there was really someone who had continuously absorbed the concept energy for such a long time, then what level would the concept he had comprehended be raised to? Other than Duan Lingtian, the other 9 young talents, including Huang Diniu, were shocked. Perhaps Guo Chong could see through the thoughts of most of the young talents, so he continued to say, based on the hundreds of concept fragments that I've placed into the profound assimilation formation, if there's really someone who has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours, even if he had only comprehended the first level void interpretation concept previously, his concept would have definitely broken through to the 4th level void transformation concept or above after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation. 4th level void transformation concept. Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, the group of young talents who had just regained their senses were completely stunned again. 4th level void transformation concept. What kind of concept was that? Among the group of people, the person who had comprehended the strongest void interpretation concept earlier was none other than Gold Peak's Nangong and his brother. Both of them had comprehended the 8th level void interpretation concept. The 8th level of the void interpretation concept was only equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. 4th level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. There was a gap between the 9th level void interpretation concept and the 1st level void transformation concept. The gap was like a chasm. The former was only equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Every level of the void transformation concept gave him the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Who is it? For a time, the 10 young geniuses, with the exception of Nangong Chin, looked at each other. It was as though all of them wanted to know who had been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Who was that pervert? When he saw the group of young geniuses looking at each other, Duan Ling Tian naturally followed suit and pretended to be ignorant. It might not necessarily be someone who has been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Perhaps something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Guo Chong added when he saw the 9 young talents looking at each other. Right now, all of you should be able to more or less sense the changes in the concept that you've comprehended. However, I don't think all of you can confirm the exact level of your concept. Guo Chong stared at the 10 young talents in front of him with a burning gaze before he said, "Now I'll call out your names. All of you will show us your concepts one by one, and show us what you've gained from the profound assimilation formation." The moment Guo Chong's words left his mouth, the eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up right away. Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, especially, glanced at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was as though he was saying to Duan Lingtian, Kid, since you said you've comprehended 2 types of void interpretation concepts, then let me see what level the other void interpretation concept you've comprehended is at. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Chi Yu's gaze. He could also guess what Chi was thinking, but he was not bothered by it at all. The reason he said those words earlier was, naturally, because he was confident that Chi Yu would not be able to confirm that he was the person who had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours. Although he had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours, it was not just one type of concept. If he had only been absorbing one type of concept for such a long time, just like Wokwit Chong had said earlier, his concept would have been elevated to the 4th level void transformation concept or above. When he was in the profound assimilation formation, he had absorbed a total of 4 types of concept energy. It took him 30 hours to fully absorb each type of concept energy. Originally, he would need a total of 120 hours to absorb all 4 types of concept energy. However, since his consciousness could now be divided into 2, he could comprehend 2 different types of concept at the same time. The efficiency had doubled. Due to this reason, it only took him 60 hours to fully absorb all 4 types of concept energy. The 4 types of concept that he had comprehended had also improved tremendously. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Hu Fei as he secretly snorted. Hu Fei had been frowning ever since he came out of the profound assimilation formation. He had noticed this long ago. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. What's going on? Hu Fei was a little hesitant when he heard that Guo Chong wanted them to demonstrate their improved concept. This was because he could feel that the concept that he had comprehended did not seem to have improved at all compared to before he entered. Naturally, he did not dare to confirm if it had not improved, since he had yet to demonstrate it. According to Master, after entering the profound assimilation formation, no matter how useless I am, I'll still be able to improve my fire concept and comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei thought to himself, it's not impossible for me to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. After all, my 7th level intermediate fire concept is only a step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Perhaps my fire concept has already broken through, but since I've just come out of the profound assimilation formation, my senses are a little slow. That should be the case. The moment Hu Fei thought of this, he felt relieved. His furrowed brows began to relax. In his opinion, no matter how useless he was, it was impossible for his fire concept to fail to break through a level while he was in the profound assimilation formation. That was almost impossible. However, Hu Fei did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. However, Duan Lingtian's existence could make many things that were impossible in his eyes become possible. Don't tell me this, Hu Fei didn't notice. When Duan Lingtian saw Hu Fei's furrowed brows relax, he could not help but be stunned. Is his reaction that slow? Let's start with you. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were pulled back by Guo Chang's voice. In the next instant, he saw Guo Chang looking at the male disciple from Earth Peak and asking him to demonstrate the concept he had comprehended after breaking through in the profound assimilation formation. This male disciple was the other young disciple from Earth Peak other than Tianjin. Yes, sect leader. The moment the Earth Peak disciple heard Guo Chang's words, he did not dare to be negligent and responded respectfully. In the next instant, his face turned solemn as a peerless aura exuded from his body. It shot up into the sky as though it could tear everything in the air apart. In the next instant, everyone present on the scene saw a layer of translucent energy suddenly appearing on the surface of the Earth Peak disciple's body. It was a solidified saber energy. The saber energy enveloped the Earth Peak disciple and enveloped him as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was about to shoot up into the sky. Saber concept. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could see the concept that the Earth Peak disciple was demonstrating. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred. Waves of vast heaven and earth energy quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another. There was a total of 70 of them. the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. 6th level intermediate saber concept. Tiangu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise, "Good boy! I remember that before you entered the profound assimilation formation, you only comprehended the 4th level intermediate saber concept. With the help of the profound assimilation formation, you actually managed to cross 2 levels and comprehend the 6th level intermediate saber concept." The Earth Peak disciple chuckled before he looked at Tianzhen, who was next to him, and said humbly, "Senior brother Tianzhen, you must be much more powerful than me." "You brat, are you trying to harm me?" Tianzhen laughed as he scolded. "I've only comprehended the 5th level void interpretation concept to begin with. Now that you mention it, won't I be defeated by you if I don't break through to the 7th level void interpretation concept after I demonstrate my concept?" "Senior brother Tianzhen, you must have comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept." The Earth Peak disciple quickly tried to salvage the situation. The conversation between the two of them caused the 5 Peak masters to chuckle. "Tianzhen, I'd like to see if you're defeated by him. You demonstrate the concept that you've comprehended now as well." Guochong looked at Tianzhen and smiled. "Yes, sect leader," Tianzhen responded. Then his expression turned solemn and he started to feel a little uneasy. Although he could clearly sense that his concept had undergone a huge change compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he was certain that his concept had broken through. However, he had no idea how much he had broken through. Only by demonstrating his concept completely and triggering the heaven and earth phenomenon would he be able to confirm the level of the concept that he had comprehended. 10 days ago, during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the concept that Tianjin demonstrated was the 5th level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately landed on Tianzhen. The others had the same gaze as well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 908. Whoosh. As wisps of green wind appeared around Tianzhen's body, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form. Silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons gradually appeared. 10, 20, 30. The number was still increasing. In the end, it stopped at 80. 7th level intermediate wind concept. Everyone was shocked by Tianzhen's improvement. After all, the difficulty of advancing from the 5th level of the void interpretation stage to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage was not something that the difficulty of advancing from the 4th level of the void interpretation stage to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage could compare to. After Tianzhen confirmed that he had comprehended the 7th level intermediate wind concept, he could not help but sigh in relief. Good, good. Tiangu smiled happily when he saw his son had made such a huge improvement. Congratulations, Peak Master Tiangu. Yu Feng looked at Tiangu with a complicated gaze before she forced a smile on her face and congratulated him. Thank you, Peak Master Yu Feng. I believe Tan Huan has also comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept, like my useless son. Tiangu smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words. Yu Feng nodded and looked at Tan Huan with anticipation. At this moment, Tan Huan, who noticed Yu Feng's gaze, was sweating profusely. She had the same feeling as Tianzhen earlier. Although she could faintly sense that the water concept she had comprehended had improved, she was not sure how much it had improved. Tan Huan. When everyone's gaze followed the conversation between Tiangu and Yu Feng, they followed Yu Feng's gaze and looked at Tan Huan. Guo Chong also looked at Tan Huan. Yes, sect leader. Tan Huan responded, and strands of water vapor started to suffuse her body. In the end, it transformed into waves of blue waves. It was the water concept that she had comprehended. The blue waves wrapped around her body as though they had transformed into a blue light shield that surrounded Tan Huan. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the heaven and earth phenomenon stopped increasing. 7th level intermediate water concept. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tan Huan's head. Tan Huan's progress was the same as Tianjin's. Tan Huan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw she'd comprehended the 7th level of void interpretation concept as well, and she smiled lightly as she looked at Yufeng. Master, disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Yufeng nodded with satisfaction. After Tan Huan, Guichong named another female disciple of Water Peak. This female disciple had also comprehended the water concept. Before she entered the profound assimilation formation, she had only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate water concept. However, after coming out of the profound assimilation formation, she had already comprehended the 5th level intermediate water concept. Then, Guichong called out the other male disciple of Fire Peak other than Hu Fei. The male disciple from Fire Peak was similar to the male disciple from Earth Peak. The void interpretation concept they had comprehended had risen from the 4th level to the 6th level. It was an increase of 2 levels. Hu Fei. Soon, Guichong looked at Hu Fei. When Guichong called out Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. A faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in his scheme. When he was still in the profound assimilation formation, he had used his spiritual energy to control the profound assimilation formation and extracted 1/10 of the 4 types of concept energy that he needed. The spiritual energy that he had fused with the profound assimilation formation was almost completely depleted. At that time, he had used his spiritual energy to do one last thing, and that was to give a simple command to the profound assimilation formation. The content of the command was to prevent Hu Fei from coming into contact with the concept energy that he needed. In other words, other than Duan Lingtian, who had benefited greatly in the profound assimilation formation, the other 8 people had benefited quite a lot. Hu Fei was the only one who did not benefit at all. Moreover, Hu Fei, who was in the state of comprehending concept in the profound assimilation formation, was no different from when he was comprehending outside due to Duan Lingtian's mischief. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expression on Hu Fei's face when he sees that his fire concept has not improved at all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and the smile crept up the corner of his mouth even wider. Duan Lingtian, what are you smiling about? Huang Daniu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, happened to see the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. At the same time, driven by his curiosity, Huang Daniu followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at Hu Fei, who was called out by Guichong. Could it be related to Hu Fei? Huang Daniu's heart skipped a beat. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes were fixed on Hu Fei. He felt that Duan Lingtian must be hiding something from him. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong with Hu Fei. When Guocheng called out Hu Fei, everyone's eyes fell on him, causing him to become the center of attention. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. In the 5-Element sect, a group of 5-Element sect's disciples secretly gave Hu Fei a nickname, Ingrate. Hu Fei's betrayal of Wood Peak, the master who had saved his life, betrayed the master who had cultivated him, and defected to Fire Peak. Even though 10 years had passed since then, it was still something that the disciples of the 5-Element sect despised. However, even though Hu Fei did not have a good reputation, his innate talent and comprehension ability were well known in the 5-Element sect. He was only second to Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. Peak Master Cha Bai. Your Hufei is second only to Gold Peak's Nangong brothers among the younger generation in our 5-element sect. He has already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. After coming out from the profound assimilation formation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept, right? Yu Fong asked Cha Bai with a smile. Peak Master Yu Fong, what you said is wrong. Just when a smile appeared on Cha Bai's face and he was about to reply to Yu Fong, Tiangu interrupted. What you said is already history. Right now, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu are among the younger generation in our 5-element sect. Their innate talent is not inferior to Hufei at all. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, Yu Fong could not help but be stunned. She then glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu before smiling awkwardly. I've forgotten about them. Cha Bai's face turned grave. Although he did not like Tiangu's words, he could not refute it because it was an indisputable fact. Before Hufei entered the profound assimilation formation, the fire concept that he had comprehended was only one step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. This time he must have already comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept when he comes out from the profound assimilation formation. Cha Bai announced loudly, just when most of the people's attention had shifted to the conversation between Tiangu and Yu Fong. His words were filled with confidence toward Hufei. As expected, the moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's attention shifted to him again. Congratulations, Peak Master Cha Bai. Yu Fong congratulated Cha Bai. Congratulations. Guo Chong and Tian Gu congratulated Cha Bai as well. In the next instant, everyone's attention shifted to Hufei again. Guo Chong smiled and said, Hufei, let's begin. Hufei nodded his head. Immediately, wisps of faint flames appeared around his body and gradually solidified. Wait a minute. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly resonated in the air. It shocked Hufei so much that he could not help but shudder. The wisps of flames that had yet to solidify around his body were extinguished immediately. At once, everyone, including Hufei, shifted their attention to the source of the voice. There was a young man standing there. He was a young man in purple clothes. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Hufei's face turned grave right away. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Initially, when his master said those words that were filled with confidence in him, although he was still a little nervous, he still mustered up his courage and was prepared to show his fire concept. In his opinion, since everyone else had made such great progress, it was impossible for him to be an exception. For this reason, he was very confident that he would be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. Although he felt that his fire concept was no different from before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and had yet to adapt to it. Chiyu, is this how you discipline your Wood Peak's disciples? Cha Bai glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he looked at Chiyu and sneered. Chiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression and ignored Cha Bai. Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? Guo Chong frowned. Duan Lingtian's shout earlier was equivalent to interrupting him. He could not help but feel dissatisfied. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I just want to have a word with Peak Master Cha Bai. If I don't say it, I'll feel uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically at Guo Chong before he looked at Cha Bai. At once, everyone, including Guo Chong, shifted their attention to Cha Bai. All of them were curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say to Cha Bai. What are you trying to say? Cha Bai's face turned grave. Peak Master Cha Bai, it's like this. I can't stand people bragging in front of me. Earlier, you said that Hufei has comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept, but I don't believe it. I think you're just bragging. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with hostility. Bragging. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. This Duan Lingtian actually said that Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, was bragging? This was the sentence that he would feel uncomfortable if he did not say it out loud. Everyone, including Chi Yu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. All they could think was that Duan Lingtian was too bold. No matter what, Cha Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually questioned Cha Bai in front of so many people, and even said that Cha Bai was bragging. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. How dare you? Cha Bai's expression changed right away. He could not help but shout angrily, "Peak Master Cha Bai, I can't tolerate even half a grain of sand in my eyes. Please don't blame me if I accidentally said what's on your mind." Chapter 909. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth once again, causing everyone on the scene, other than Cha Bai and his disciple, to be petrified. What the hell was this Duan Lingtian trying to do? The other 8 5-element sect's young disciples, other than Huang Dainiu, who seemed to be deep in thought, and Nangong Chen, who still had a cold expression on his face, all of them, including Nangong, felt their scalps go numb. It was apparent that they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Even Nangong Yi, the direct disciple of the sect leader of 5-element sect, did not have the courage to provoke Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak. "Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death." After being provoked by Duan Lingtian again and again, Cha Bai, who was enraged, instantly had a layer of frost on his face. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness, as though he was about to devour someone. "Peak Master Cha Bai, don't tell me that you've become angry out of embarrassment." In the face of the enraged Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian's face remained calm as he said nonchalantly, "Or perhaps you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you, aren't you?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but ask with a sneer, "Peak Master Cha Bai, if you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you, then why don't we make a bet?" A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes unnoticeably. However, his tone remained calm and indifferent without any emotion. A bet? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, was stunned. "Why should I make a bet with you?" Soon, Cha Bai glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said sarcastically, "Do you think that you're worthy?" "Ha! Looks like you don't dare to do it, Peak Master Cha Bai." Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After he stopped laughing, he sneered without any restraint. "Do you think that your little provocation will work on me?" Cha Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in 5-element sect. He had lived for half of his life. What kind of situation had he not seen before? With just one sentence, he exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. His tone was full of disdain. "Then what if I bet with you that Hu Fei hasn't even comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept?" After being exposed, Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he asked in a pleasant manner, "8th level intermediate concept of fire?" Cha Bai was stunned at first. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. "Are you kidding me? This personal disciple of mine, Hu Fei, was only a step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Now that he's out of the profound assimilation formation, you're saying he hasn't comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept." As he spoke, Cha Bai looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. It was as if he was looking at a big joke. "I'll bet with you. If Hu Fei's fire concept has not improved at all and is still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, then you'll have to give me a 7th level thunder concept fragment. If Hu Fei's fire concept has improved to the 8th level intermediate fire concept or above, then I'll switch my allegiance to you and Fire Peak. On top of that, I'll use the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that I'll never betray you. What do you think? Duan Lingtian did not answer Cha Bai's question. Instead, he continued to speak, nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's words entered Hu Fei's ears clearly. It made Hu Fei's face change instantly, as though he had suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me that my fire concept has not improved at all, just like what I've sensed earlier? Hu Fei's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. But even if that's the case, how did this Duan Lingtian know about it? Hu Fei could not figure it out, no matter how hard he thought about it. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse. How marvelous was it? Almost everyone who entered the profound assimilation formation would be able to obtain great benefits. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be an exception. Even if he was the exception, how could Duan Lingtian know about it? Duan Lingtian's words did not only enter Hu Fei's ears, but it also entered Cha Bai's ears, Qi Feng's ears, and everyone else's ears as well. Duan Lingtian wanted to make a bet with Cha Bai. He was betting that Hu Fei's fire concept had not improved at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. It was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Once Hu Fei made a breakthrough, it would be his loss. If he won, he would obtain a 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. If he lost, he would lose everything to Cha Bai and Fire Peak. On top of that, he would use the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that he would never betray them. At once, the entire place burst into an uproar. Other than Qi Yu and Huang Daniu, who were deep in their thoughts, everyone, including Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, could not help but be dumbfounded. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose this bet with Cha Bai. Perhaps this Duan Lingtian doesn't want to stay in Wood Peak anymore and wholeheartedly wants to go to Fire Peak. The bet that he mentioned is just an excuse. It must be that Peak Master Cha Bai has made some kind of promise to this Duan Lingtian to poach him to Fire Peak. He must have been tempted by it as well. However, he's too embarrassed to betray Wood Peak directly. He's afraid that he'll become the second Hu Fei and be spurned by everyone. That's why he chose to go to Fire Peak in such a way. The few 5-element sect's disciples, including Tan Huan and Tianjin, could not help but think to themselves. Other than that, they could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to make this bet with Cha Bai. After all, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose this bet. Hu Fei had already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept, let alone the fact that he was only one step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation. Even if he had just comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he would definitely be able to comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually said that after Hu Fei came out of the profound assimilation formation, his comprehension of the concept was still at the same level and remained at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. This was something that was almost impossible to happen. Only Qi Yu and Huang Daniu were looking at Duan Lingtian from afar, deep in their own thoughts. What's Duan Lingtian trying to do? Look at Hu Fei's face. Don't tell me. Qi Yu was very observant. Very soon, he noticed that something was not right with Hu Fei's face. His heart immediately jolted. The scene before his eyes made him even more certain that Duan Lingtian had deliberately lured Cha Bai into this trap. His purpose was to get the 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. This little fella could have just told me if he needed the thunder concept fragment. It seems like he doesn't want to owe me a favor. As Qi Yu muttered to himself, he could not help but sigh. Like I said, Duan Lingtian, this fella's smile just now was a little strange. As expected, there's something fishy going on. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Lingtian as a smug smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was an expression that said, "Brother Niu, I've already seen through you. Why, you're telling the truth." Cha Bai was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, he finally regained his senses and stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes as he asked loudly. He had to admit that he was very dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian before this. However, that was because Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei. If Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Fire Peak, even if Duan Lingtian had really humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei, he would not resent Duan Lingtian at all. He would only be glad that his Fire Peak had a genius disciple who was even more outstanding than his direct disciple. However, Duan Lingtian had said that as long as his direct disciple, Hu Fei, had comprehended at least the 8th level of the intermediate fire concept, he would switch over and join Fire Peak. On top of that, he was willing to swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that he would never betray Fire Peak. For a moment, he was completely overwhelmed by joy. He did not even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian would propose such a ridiculous bet. He did not even hesitate to bet his entire life on a 7th level thunder concept fragment. At this moment, he only knew that he would definitely win. Duan Lingtian would also switch over to Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian had considered this that he decided to use himself as the wager. That's right. I wonder if Peak Master Cha Bai would dare to make this bet with me? In the face of Cha Bai's loud question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before asking back with a doubtful look on his face. "Since you have the intention to switch over to Fire Peak, why would I reject you? Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you switch over to Fire Peak, Hu Fei and I will bury the hatchet between us and forget about the past. Not only that, I guarantee that Fire Peak will definitely not treat you unfairly." Cha Bai, who was so excited that he could not even find his bearings, said with a smile. It was obvious that Cha Bai had agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet. All right. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. His smile was very bright. Wait a minute. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned tense as he suddenly cried out in surprise. Huh. Duan Lingtian frowned. Could it be that Cha Bai had finally realized what was going on? Or perhaps Hu Fei had already realized what was going on and told him everything, causing him to have the thought of going back on his word? Very soon, Duan Lingtian realized that he had thought too much. Sect leader, about the bet between Duan Lingtian and I. Please be our witness. In his excitement, Cha Bai did not forget to ask Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, to be his witness. Naturally, the reason he did this was not because he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Instead, he was afraid that Qi Yu would intervene after the matter was over. He knew Qi Yu's strength very well. He was far from being a match for him. If Qi Yu really wanted to capture Duan Lingtian, who had switched over to Fire Peak, and bring him back to Wood Peak, he really would not be able to stop Qi Yu. In the end, all his efforts would be in vain. Guochong frowned as he looked at Qi Yu immediately. It was as though he was asking for his opinion. Qi Yu nodded his head. Hu Fei. When Guochong saw Qi Yu nodding his head, he responded to Cha Bai. Then he looked at Hu Fei, who was standing in the distance in a daze, and called out to him. However, Hu Fei did not respond at all. He stood there motionlessly as though he was possessed by a demon. Hu Fei. Cha Bai became anxious when he saw that Hu Fei was still in a daze. Slap. Cha Bai walked up to Hu Fei in a few steps and slapped the back of his head to wake him up. And Master. When Hu Fei regained his consciousness, the first thing he saw was Cha Bai standing in front of him. He could not help but cry out in panic. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and show me your fire concept. Chapter 9-10. Cha Bai could be said to be burning with anxiety right now. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret making that bet if Hu Fei showed his fire concept any later. Once Duan Lingtian went back on his word, their fire peak would lose a monstrous disciple who could make fire peak the first peak of the five-element sect 3 years later. Yes, yes. Hu Fei suddenly heard Cha Bai's exclamation. He was so shocked that he shuddered. His mind was in a complete mess. He did not have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to hesitate at all. At the same time, wisps of flames gradually solidified on his body. They rose up and shrouded his entire body, making him look like a fire god. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy began to stir in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared before the eyes of the crowd. At once, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian is definitely going to lose this bet. This was what most of the people were thinking at this moment. Although the bet was initiated by Duan Lingtian, they did not think that Duan Lingtian would win. Most of them thought that Duan Lingtian was persuaded by Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to leave with Peak and join Fire Peak. As for the bet, it was just a cover to fool the crowd. Only a few of them were deep in thought. First of all, it was naturally Qi Yu and Huang Daniu. Secondly, it was Guo Chong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, and his direct disciple Nan Gongqin. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was obvious that things were not that simple. Very soon, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Hu Fei's head began to solidify. The number was still increasing. 10, 20, 30. Not long after, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped increasing. One by one, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons spiraled down and entered the eyes of the crowd. Most of the people narrowed their eyes as they stared at the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon in shock. Some people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. After a while, they confirmed that they hadn't seen wrongly. 80 ancient horned dragons' strength? Tianzhen looked at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and muttered, It's really the 7th level intermediate fire concept. However, how is this possible? 7th level intermediate concept of fire. It was the concept Hu Fei was currently displaying. It was no different from the concept he had before he entered the profound assimilation formation. In other words, there was no change in Hu Fei's appearance when he entered the profound assimilation formation. He didn't obtain even the slightest benefit. What happened? Whether it was Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Yu Fong, the Peak Master of Water Peak, or Nangong He, all of the young talents had a confused expression on their faces. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible. However, the scene in front of them continued to shock their visual nerves, constantly telling them that everything was real. Peak Master Cha Bai lost? All of a sudden, someone whispered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was especially ear-piercing in this deathly silent atmosphere. It's you, Duan Lingtian, you did this. What did you do to me? All of a sudden, a hysterical roar resonated in the air, causing everyone to snap back to their senses. It was Hu Fei who had completely regained his senses. He retracted his gaze from the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and glared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was going to fight Duan Lingtian to the death. In the beginning, when he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he already felt that something was amiss. At that time, he tried to sense his fire concept. In the end, he realized that his fire concept did not seem to have any difference compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was puzzled for a while. He thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and could not clearly sense the changes in his fire concept. However, when he saw that Tianzhen, Tanhuan, and the others had raised their concepts by 2 levels, he was completely relieved. In his opinion, If the others had raised their concepts, it was impossible that he did not. However, when sect leader Gua Chong asked him to show his concepts, Duan Lingtian stopped him and even mocked his master for bragging. He even made a bet with his master. He bet that his fire concept did not raise at all, and it was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. At that time, he could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say that his concept did not have a breakthrough. Coupled with his own senses, he could not help but feel a little guilty. Subsequently, after he was distracted, he was shocked to the point of being out of his wits by his master's shout, and he hurriedly displayed his fire concept. When he saw that he was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, he was stunned. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? The first person he thought of when he regained his senses was Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, all of this must be Duan Lingtian's doing. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be so sure that he did not make any progress in the profound assimilation formation? Don't tell me that it's really Duan Lingtian. Seeing how Hu Fei was shouting at Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They had clearly heard the bet that Duan Lingtian made with Cha Bai earlier. Based on his words, it was as though he had confirmed that Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any breakthrough before and after he entered the profound assimilation formation. When they first heard that Duan Lingtian had made such a bizarre bet, most of them thought that Duan Lingtian did it on purpose. They thought that he wanted to use this as an excuse to switch to Fire Peak and become Cha Bai's disciple. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not have such intentions at all. This was because Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any improvement after he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was still at the same spot. At this moment, they recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. All they could think of was that it was a divine prophecy. When they heard Hu Fei's shout, the first thought that popped up in their minds was that Duan Lingtian must have done something to Hu Fei in the profound assimilation formation, preventing Hu Fei from using the concept energy to comprehend the higher level of fire concept. Duan Lingtian, what did you do to Hu Fei? Cha Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. As the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss. On top of that, he was defeated by a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. This made him feel ashamed and angry from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian right away. However, when he realized that Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, had locked onto him, he knew that he would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian even if he were to risk his life. For this reason, he could only try his best to suppress the endless anger in his heart. What can I do to him? In the face of Cha Bai's inquiry and the gazes that were filled with doubt, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, Peak Master Cha Bai, everything needs to be based on evidence. You, please don't slander me. Duan Lingtian's words enraged Cha Bai as he said angrily, If you didn't do it, how did you know that Hu Fei's fire concept did not improve at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Cha Bai's words made the crowd nod their heads secretly. That was right. It was already considered strange that Hu Fei's concept did not improve after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, what was even stranger was that Duan Lingtian actually knew that Hu Fei's concept did not improve at all. When these two things were put together, it made people's imagination run wild. Peak Master Cha Bai, don't tell me that you're regretting the bet you made with me? You're the one who personally asked the sect leader to witness the bet. You won't deny it, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Cha Bai. Instead, he changed the topic and said nonchalantly, Of course, I'll admit to the bet. However, no matter what, you must give Hu Fei me and Fire Peak an explanation for this matter, no matter what. Cha Bai said in a deep voice as his eyes turned sharp. When he reached the end of his sentence, he even used the entire Fire Peak to pressure Duan Lingtian. Since Peak Master Cha Bai is willing to admit to the bet, then that's for the best. However, I really don't trust your character. How about this? Why don't you give me the 7th level thunder concept fragment first? I'll give you an explanation after that. What do you think? Duan Lingtian grinned and said unhurriedly, "You." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai flew into a rage. He had the urge to attack Duan Lingtian right away. In the end, he did not make his move because he was afraid of Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Humph. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory explanation. Cha Bai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. At the same time, he lifted his hand and threw a purple fragment straight at Duan Lingtian. 7th level thunder concept fragment. After catching the fragment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had comprehended a total of 4 types of concepts, and he also had concept fragments that corresponded to the 4 types of concepts in his hands. However, among all the concept fragments, the thunder concept fragment was the lowest level. That thunder concept fragment was obtained after he killed the strongest powerhouse in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family by Nanxiang, with the talisman that his cheapskate father left behind. It was only a 1st level thunder concept fragment. Earlier, he had the intention of exchanging it for a thunder concept fragment. That was why he made such a bet with Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and obtained a high-level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. Now that he had obtained the 7th level thunder concept fragment, Duan Lingtian was delighted. Duan Lingtian, I've already given you the bet. Now, you must give me and Hu Fei an explanation. You must give Fire Peak an explanation. Chapter 911. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei stood still on the spot as his body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious, blood-red color. A bone-piercing hatred could be seen as he glared at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was hibernating in the dark. He could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. Don't worry, Peak Master Cha Bai. Since I've said that I'll give you an explanation, then I'll definitely give you an explanation. After Duan Lingtian kept the 7th level thunder concept fragment, he took a deep look at Cha Bai and smiled. However, I still have to thank you for giving me this concept fragment, Peak Master Cha Bai. Humph. Cha Bai's face turned solemn when Duan Lingtian exposed a scar. He snorted coldly, "Cut the crap! I'd like to see. How are you going to explain this to me?" Peak Master Cha Bai, what you want me to explain is, how did I know that your trash of a disciple's concept did not make any progress? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Fei as he spoke. There was no lack of provocation in his words. Hu Fei, who had long vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian because his fire concept did not make any progress, had a drastic change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him trash. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. At the same time, Hu Fei could no longer hold it in. He let out a hysterical roar and flew towards Duan Lingtian. Like a venomous snake that had been hibernating in the dark, he opened his mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! When Hu Fei flew out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. After it merged with his 7th level intermediate fire concept, it turned into a flame that soared into the sky and shrouded his entire body. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a giant flaming beast. He opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon took shape. A total of 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons followed Hu Fei and pounced on Duan Lingtian rapidly. The momentum was extremely vast. It was as though Hu Fei had transformed into a flaming beast that carried the strength of 180 ancient, horned dragons. Wherever he passed by, the sound of air explosions rose and fell continuously, setting off waves of terrifying airwaves. A strong wind swept out along with the airwaves, blowing away all the decorations in the palace. Some murals even left the walls and fell to the ground. Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant. He let out a hysterical roar and punched out like a falling meteor. A fist wrapped in flames smashed towards Duan Lingtian. It was as if a giant flaming beast had slapped out mercilessly. With the power of this punch, Duan Lingtian would be crippled, even if he didn't die. Hu Fei! Horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He did not expect Hu Fei to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate ability was so powerful that he could easily toy with Hu Fei and the Gold Peaks, Nangong brothers. If Hu Fei were to attack him now, would he not be looking for trouble? Everyone present, including Cha Bai, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to confuse Hu Fei. However, Duan Lingtian's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. Instead, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The boundless origin energy swiftly transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that were like violet snakes of lightning, and they coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous low rumbling of thunder clapped together with the bolts of lightning that twined around Duan Lingtian's body. The continuous rumbling of thunder was extremely intimidating. Boom! An ear-shattering sound of thunder resonated in the entire palace in an instant, causing the 3 young disciples from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak, who had a lower cultivation base, to have a change of expression. They quickly covered their ears with their hands. Then everyone saw it again. In the face of Hu Fei's menacing punch that was filled with boundless flames, Duan Lingtian threw a punch as well. He did not dodge at all as he went up to meet the punch head-on. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Hu Fei head-on. When Duan Lingtian threw a punch, bolts of purple lightning could be seen dancing around his fist. They intertwined to form a net of electricity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's fist and Hu Fei's fist finally collided. Bang! The fist that was twined with bolts of purple lightning that twined around it, and the fist that was twined with blazing flames that looked like fire snakes collided with each other, creating a loud and terrifying sound. Not only that, boom, 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 boom. At the moment when Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei's fists collided, the bolts of purple lightning collided with the strands of blazing flames in just a blink of an eye. A series of terrifying air explosions were heard. After the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, a terrifying gust of wind swept out in all directions from where Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei were standing. On the floor beneath their feet, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had engulfed the entire palace, forming a gigantic spider web. Not only that, the tremors on the floor shattered many of the windows on both sides of the palace. The pillars in the palace trembled as if they would collapse at any time. However, no one was paying attention to all of this. Everyone present was staring intently at the 2 young men who were fighting head-on. Their robes were bulging, their hair bands were broken, and their long hair was flying in the air. Boom! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bolts of purple lightning intertwined with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. Then they suppressed the blazing flames in one fell swoop, crushing them. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. In the next moment, everyone saw Duan Lingtian's body leaning forward abruptly. His fist was covered with intertwined bolts of purple lightning, crushing the flames on Hu Fei's fist as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. As the sound of bones cracking could be heard, Hu Fei let out a painful groan. Then, as if he was pushed by a huge force, he flew out like an arrow released from a bow and slammed into the wall of the palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Hu Fei's body brushed against the wall and fell to the ground. His body was curled up in pain, trembling. Wah! Wah wah! Hu Fei spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The blood formed a scarlet stream around him. It was a ghastly sight. This feeling is pretty good. Just when the entire place was in a dead silence, a faint voice could be heard all of a sudden. It was Duan Lingtian who had sent Hu Fei flying with a punch. After the intertwined bolts of lightning on his fist disappeared, he stretched his arm gently and muttered to himself. At once, everyone present was petrified. Pretty good? When everyone regained their senses, other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, whose expression had changed drastically as he flew toward Hu Fei to check on his injuries. The rest of the people had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Good lad! Chi Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. When he saw Hu Fei attacking Duan Lingtian earlier, he initially thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to deal with Hu Fei. It had never crossed his mind that not only did Duan Lingtian not use his innate ability, but he also did not dodge at all. Instead, he met Hu Fei's punch head-on and sent Hu Fei flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was similar to Hu Fei's. Both of them were at the 7th level void interpretation. However, the concepts that both of them had comprehended were not at the same level at all. Hu Fei had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Since the thunder concept that Duan Lingtian cast earlier could completely crush Hu Fei, it was at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be at the 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Duan Lingtian, you actually managed to comprehend such a powerful thunder concept? Huang Dini's eyes were wide open as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He was completely shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. That punch was like the god of thunder. It instantly sent Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, flying away. Duan Lingtian's attack was clean and efficient. Even the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head did not have the time to solidify. It's at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. Guo Chong narrowed his eyes. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian was a Wood Peak disciple. He was a variant who possessed an innate ability. His cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. This was his understanding of Duan Lingtian before today. In Guo Chang's opinion before today, Duan Lingtian's strength relied more on his innate ability. If it was not for his innate ability, let alone his 2 direct disciples, Duan Lingtian would not even be comparable to Duan Lingtian's Fire Peak's Hu Fei. However, today, Duan Lingtian had given him a huge shock. He did not use his innate ability. With just a punch, he managed to send Hu Fei, who had made the first move and had the upper hand, flying away in a clean and efficient manner without any hesitation at all. As it turns out, this Duan Lingtian has not only comprehended the wind concept, but he has also comprehended the thunder concept as well. His 3rd level intermediate wind concept is just a weaker concept that he has comprehended. The intermediate lightning concept that he comprehended at the 8th level and above is his true trump card. Tian Gu sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, I can't believe I thought his strongest concept was the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he must have raised his thunder concept when he entered the profound assimilation formation this time. Yu Feng took a deep breath. In other words, his intermediate thunder concept was already at the 6th or 7th level before he entered the profound assimilation formation. This was because when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 5-element sex would peak, he had demonstrated his wind concept. Chapter 912. While Tiangu and Yufeng were still in shock, the other 5-element sex young disciples were stunned as well. Duan Lingtian is so powerful. Initially, I thought he's only good at using his innate ability. I can't believe that he's so powerful even without using his innate ability. In the past, I only heard that he has comprehended the 3rd-level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he's hiding it very well. The thunder concept that he has comprehended is able to help him send Hu Fei flying with just one punch. It must be at least the 8th-level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be the 9th-level intermediate thunder concept. The young disciples, including Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in their eyes. This Duan Lingtian has actually comprehended such a powerful thunder concept? Nangong erased his eyebrows as his face turned slightly solemn. If he uses his thunder concept and 3rd-level intermediate wind concept, even if he doesn't use his innate ability, unless I've comprehended the 1st-level advanced water concept, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. At this moment, Nangong, he could feel a heavy pressure weighing down on him. Although he could clearly sense that his water concept had undergone a great change after he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had no idea how much it had improved. Only by displaying it would he be able to know exactly what level his water concept had risen to. However, he was certain that it was at least the 9th-level intermediate water concept. Or perhaps it was the 1st-level advanced water concept, which was also the void transformation concept. Nangong Chin stood next to Nangong Yi. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as a strong battle intent rose in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Duan Lingtian. In the distance at the corner of the palace, Hu Fei's injuries gradually recovered after Cha Bai fed him a healing medicinal pill. Hu Fei's face was extremely grave. When he inadvertently glanced at the purple figure in the distance, besides the bone-piercing hatred, there was also a trace of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. If he was defeated by Duan Lingtian's innate ability, today he could only accept it. This was because this was not the first time he had suffered under Duan Lingtian's innate ability. However, today he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian in a direct confrontation. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he had made the first move and gained the initiative. For a moment, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. At the same time, endless resentment rose in his heart. If it wasn't for this Duan Lingtian tampering with the profound assimilation formation, I would have comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept long ago. If I had comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept, why would I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Hu Fei's hatred for Duan Lingtian deepened. In his heart, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had done something to the profound assimilation formation. That was why his fire concept did not improve at all. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian did not tamper with the formation, he would not have been defeated by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he was filled with hatred. He hated Duan Lingtian. He hated that he could not tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Master. Hu Fei lifted his head and looked at Cha Bai, who was just inches away from him. His eyes turned red as tears welled up in his eyes. With a trembling voice, he said, "You must seek justice for me. It's Duan Lingtian. He's the one who destroyed me and prevented me from comprehending the 9th-level intermediate fire concept in the profound assimilation formation." When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with intense hatred. "Don't worry." Cha Bai nodded his head with a gloomy expression. Even if Hu Fei did not say anything, He would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. First, Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple during the Battle of the Five Peaks. Then he had caused his direct disciple to end up empty-handed in the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, he had even cheated him of a 7th-level thunder concept fragment. And now, he even injured his direct disciple severely. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. Ever since he became the peak master of Fire Peak in the Five Element sect, this was the first time he, Cha Bai, was provoked like this. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai walked up to Duan Lingtian slowly. His eyes were gleaming with coldness. Now, you can explain to me how you know Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Or perhaps you've done something that caused Hu Fei to gain nothing in the profound assimilation formation. When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his tone. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone, including Chi Yu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they were also very curious about what Cha Bai had just said. Hu Fei had gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Nobody, including Hu Fei himself, knew about this matter beforehand. However, Duan Lingtian was able to reveal it as though he was a prophet. Peak Master Cha Bai, if you say that you think too highly of me, do you really think that a young brat like me would be able to tamper with the profound assimilation formation left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head. The way he looked at Cha Bai was as though he was looking at an idiot. Humph! Cha Bai snorted coldly. Stop trying to twist the truth. If you didn't tamper with it, how can you be so sure that Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or perhaps you're going to tell me that you're able to see through the level of the fire concept that Hu Fei has comprehended before he even displayed it? When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile could be seen on his face. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can answer your question right now. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the mocking smile that appeared on Cha Bai's face. The moment his words left his mouth, his gaze landed on Nangong Yi, who was not far away. Nangong Yi, can you do me a favor? When Nangong Yi saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he felt a little strange. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but nod his head. Go ahead. He did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. Now, show your water concept that has undergone a transformation. You only need to show it a little. Remember to put it away before you trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian told Nangong Yi. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Some of them could vaguely guess what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. However, they could not be certain at the moment since it was just too unbelievable. Nangong Yi was one of them as well. Interesting. Interesting. Nangong Yi smiled and took a step forward. Speaking of which, after I came out of the profound assimilation formation, I don't even know how much my water concept has improved. I'm very curious if there's really someone who can tell to what extent my water concept has risen to before I can trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon when I slightly display my water concept. The moment his words left his mouth, the air around Nangong Yi began to tremble slightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Soon after, wisps of faint mist rose in the air and twirled around Nangong Yi's body, rolling and rising continuously. It's done. As soon as the mist appeared, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. That's it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi immediately withdrew his water concept and asked in astonishment. In fact, he was merely accumulating his strength earlier. He did not even have the time to fully display his water concept. The heaven and earth energy did not even have the time to react. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Cha Bai and asked calmly, "Peak Master Chabai, can you tell how much Nangong Yi's water concept has improved after he came out of the profound assimilation formation?" Uft. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chabai could not help but chuckle. "Don't tell me you can tell?" It was obvious that Chabai was admitting that he could not tell. "That's right, I can tell." Under Chabai's stunned gaze, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Nangong Yi and said with a smile, "Nangong, your water concept has improved to the 9th level intermediate stage." 9th level intermediate stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone, including Chabai and Hu Fei, shifted their attention to Nangong Yi. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. "Ear, show your water concept. Let's see if Duan Lingtian is right or not," Guo Chong said to Nangong Yi. At this moment, even he, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, could not help but feel astonished. This was his first time hearing that someone could see through another person's concept under such circumstances. "Yes, master." Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, Nangong Yi did not dare to slack off. The air around his body began to tremble again as wisps of mist appeared. In the end, it transformed into a vast blue wave that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Nangong Yi's head. In the end, it transformed into 100 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons. With just his concept alone, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 100 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 9th level void interpretation concept. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Tianzhen could not help but exclaim out loud. After he retracted his gaze from the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, he immediately shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Nangong Yi sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed and discouraged. It was apparent that his goal was the void transformation concept. However, Nangong Yi quickly regained his senses. Together with the others, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously, "Duan Lingtian, how did you see through it?" Other than Chabai and Hu Fei, whose face was slightly gloomy, the rest of them also had a hint of doubt on their faces. "I'll tell you about this later." Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Chabai. "Peak Master Chabai, are you satisfied with my explanation?" When Hu Fei slightly displayed his fire concept, I could see that his fire concept did not change at all. Duan Lingtian replied, "Humph. Who doesn't know that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate water concept or the 1st level advanced water concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? You must be guessing." Chapter 913. A Blind Guess. Chaobai's words stunned Duan Lingtian for a moment. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. At this time, he also noticed that the moment Chaobai opened his mouth, more than half of the people present on the scene changed their gaze when they looked at him. It was apparent that they were all swayed by Chaobai's words. No matter if you say that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate wind concept or the 1st level advanced wind concept, you still have a 50% chance of getting it right. Chaobai looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered, "In my opinion, you're just lucky. Look at me." All of a sudden, a cold voice resonated and suppressed Chaobai's laughter. It was Nangong Chen who had been standing at the side. He took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian before he opened his mouth. The moment Nangong Chen's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him, causing him to become the center of attention. I wonder if Senior Brother Chen has comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept or the 1st level advanced Earth concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. Earlier, Peak Master Cha Bai said that Duan Lingtian was actually just guessing when he saw Senior Brother Yi's concept. I wonder if Duan Lingtian can get it right this time. The few young five-element sect's disciples, including Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, kept shifting their gazes between Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with confidence as he said loudly, "If you can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended, and Peak Master Cha Bai still says that you're just guessing, then take a look at mine." The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. Was it not obvious that he was deliberately slandering him? Let's wait until he can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended first. Cha Bai sneered. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu. Then he looked at Nangong Chen and said, "You may begin." Nangong Chen nodded. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet trembled. An earthen yellow energy rose up around his body, giving off a vast and boundless aura. "It's done," Duan Lingtian said. When Nangong Chen heard this, he put away the concept of earth that had yet to activate the power of heaven and earth. "Congratulations. You've already comprehended the first-level advance earth concept." Duan Lingtian congratulated Nangong Chen. With his current spiritual power, as long as someone released the aura of Intent Realm, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Emperor Wu could easily identify the level of that person's Intent Realm, just like how he could use his spiritual power to probe the cultivation of many people. First-level advanced earth concept. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Guo, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was the first one to react. He looked at Nangong Chen with a burning gaze. "Chen, are you?" Before he could finish his words, the earth concept around Nangong Chen's body had already risen. The earthen yellow energy continued to rise until it reached its limit. Whoosh! The power of heaven and earth stirred in the sky, and soon it gathered into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just the concept alone, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to form 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the first-level void transformation concept. It's really the first-level advance earth concept. Senior Brother Chen is so powerful. After coming out of the profound assimilation formation, he has already leveled up by 2 levels and comprehended the first-level advance earth concept in one go. With Senior Brother Chen's current strength, he's already considered terrifying even if he doesn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. How terrifying would he be if he borrows the power of heaven and earth? Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was the first to exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the group of young disciples could not help but whisper among themselves. They had one thing in common. Their faces were all filled with shock. Good. Guo could not help but laugh out loud when he saw his direct disciple had made such a huge improvement after entering the profound assimilation formation just once. Nangong Chen's face was still cold. However, Duan Lingtian could see that there was a hint of surprise in the depth of Nangong Chen's eyes. It was apparent that Nangong Chen was not cold on the outside but cold on the inside. Congratulations, sect leader. At this moment, Tiangu and Yufeng smiled as they congratulated Guo. Sai, Nangong Yi, who was standing by the side, glanced at Nangong Chen and could not help but sigh. Not only were he and Nangong Chen twins, but they were also born rivals. Since they were young, he had always competed with Nangong Chen. However, he had always lost more than he won. It had always been like this. It was like a curse that was difficult to break. Cha Bai, don't tell me you still think that Duan Lingtian is just blindly guessing? Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, asked with a sneer on his face after he shifted his gaze away from Nangongqin and looked at Cha Bai. Chi Yu's voice was not loud, but it entered the ears of everyone present. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Cha Bai. Cha Bai's face turned slightly grave. Was Duan Lingtian really just blindly guessing? When Duan Lingtian saw the specific level of the concept that Nangong Yi had comprehended, he did think that Duan Lingtian was just blindly guessing. However, he was a little uncertain right now. However, at this point in time, could he show his uneasiness? Humph. Cha Bai glanced at Chi Yu nonchalantly and snorted. Chi Yu, you're right. Even until now, I still think that he's just blindly guessing. It's not strange for him to get 2 guesses in a row. What if it's 3 guesses? Huang Daniu, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. He glanced at Cha Bai in disdain and sneered. We'll have to wait until he sees through your current concept. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of Cha Bai's eyes. However, his face remained calm as he replied nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu did not waste any time as he looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. However, he was not in a hurry to ask Huang Daniu to display his earth concept. Instead, he looked at Cha Bai and said coldly, Peak Master Cha Bai before I see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept. I want to confirm one thing. If I can see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, does that mean that I don't have to explain to you anymore? Duan Lingtian emphasized the word explain. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. As long as you can see the specific level of Huang Daniu's concept after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation, and you only need to see the concept of another Fire Peak disciple that I brought from Fire Peak, you don't have to explain anything to me anymore. You don't have to explain to me anymore, Cha Bai said nonchalantly with a gleam in his eyes. Very well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Since the sect leader is here as well, I believe that you, the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not lie to me. Humph. Cha Bai snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Daniu, let's begin. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu also displayed his earth concept in a timely manner. Of course, the moment he displayed it, he immediately retracted it. The heaven and earth energy was not triggered, let alone forming a heaven and earth phenomenon. Ha! Daniu, you're really a monster. When Duan Lingtian retracted the earth concept that Huang Daniu had slightly displayed, everyone present had their eyes fixed on him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? Huang Daniu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he said excitedly, Don't tell me that Brother Neo has really comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept? If that's really the case, Brother Neo will be the first genius to raise his concept by 3 levels after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. Before Huang Daniu entered the profound assimilation formation, he had only comprehended the 6th level earth concept. This was not a secret. Everyone present knew about it. Uft! The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, Cha Bai had already sneered out loud. Raise your concept by 3 levels? Are you daydreaming? Just when Huang Daniu was glaring at Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. Daniu, since someone thinks that you're daydreaming, why don't you show him how your daydream will turn into reality? I'm very curious to see what kind of expression he'll have when that time comes. If he really has comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, I won't look for any other Fire Peak's disciple anymore. You, Duan Lingtian, won't have to explain things to me anymore. Cha Bai sneered. No matter what, he did not believe that Huang Daniu would be able to raise his 6th level intermediate earth concept to the 9th level intermediate earth concept, just by entering the profound assimilation formation once. You're the one who said it. Upon hearing Cha Bai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled before looking at Huang Daniu, Dainyu, let Peak Master Chaba have a good look at your Earth concept after it has transformed. Ha, all right. Huang Dainyu laughed out loud. He had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had said that he had comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept, then he must have definitely comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waves of khaki energy began to swirl around Huang Dainyu's body, emitting waves of vast and majestic aura that continued to rise. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy began to swirl and eventually gathered into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It's really the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Tiangu could not help but exclaim out loud. At this moment, other than Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, Qiyu was the only one who was calm. It was as though he had long believed in the words that Duan Lingtian had said earlier. The rest of the people stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Huang Dainyu's head. Most of them were dumbstruck, as though they had just seen something unbelievable. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was the first one who was shocked. Impossible! Impossible! How is this possible? Cha Bai kept shaking his head. He could not believe that everything that was happening before his eyes was real. Dainyu, looks like you've snatched Hu Fei's good fortune in the profound assimilation formation. That Hu Fei didn't even get a single thing when he entered and exited the profound assimilation formation. You, on the other hand, managed to raise your Earth concept by 3 levels. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally bright. Chapter 9:14. This means that the profound assimilation formation knows its stuff. It knows that I, Brother Niu, have great potential. As for Hu Fei, he's just an ingrate. I don't think the profound assimilation formation would even take a fancy to him. Huang Dainyu grinned. When his gaze landed on Hu Fei, it became even colder. Barf! Hu Fei had just wiped away the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. The moment he heard Huang Dainyu's words, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale right now. Huang Dainyu, you're seeking death. Cha Bai's expression changed right away. A majestic aura swept out from his body and pressed down on Huang Dainyu. However, before his aura could even get close to Huang Dainyu, it was already dispersed. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Huang Dainyu. It was none other than Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Bang! The moment Duan Lingtian saw Qiyu appearing in front of Huang Dainyu, a loud sound resonated in his ears. In the next instant, he saw Cha Bai was sent flying out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He crashed through the wall of the palace and disappeared before his eyes. A huge hole appeared on the wall. Qiyu! Soon after, a furious roar resonated from behind the hole. Cha Bai returned to the palace with his face covered in dust. He glared at Qiyu angrily, but he did not dare to make any move. Scram! When Qiyu saw that Cha Bai still dared to return, he glared at him furiously. It was as though he had transformed into a glaring King Kong. Cha Bai's face turned grave. In the end, he clenched his teeth and left the palace with Hu Fei and the other Fire Peak's disciple, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian, what level is your thunder concept now? Why don't you show it to us? Guochong looked at Duan Lingtian. As for what happened just now, it was as though he did not see it at all. Or rather, he had completely ignored it. Upon hearing Guochong's words, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Among the 10 young talents who came out from the profound assimilation formation, other than Hu Fei, who did not make any progress at all, Huang Dainyu and Nangong Chen had made great progress as well. Before Huang Dainyu entered, he had comprehended the 6th level intermediate Earth concept. After he came out, he had already comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked by this. Huang Daniu's improvement was beyond his expectations. Perhaps it's because Daniu's physique is more suitable for the Earth concept. Therefore, his comprehension ability in the Earth concept is far from what ordinary people can compare to. This was the only answer that Duan Lingtian obtained after searching through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. Nan Gongqin had comprehended the 8th level intermediate Earth concept before he entered. After he exited, he comprehended the 1st level advance Earth concept. Although his Earth concept had only risen by 2 levels, the increase in strength was far from what Huang Daniu could compare to. What a joke! The 1st level advance Earth concept was an entire 100 ancient horned dragons worth of strength more than the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. The two were not on the same level at all. However, at this moment, whether it was Huang Daniu or Nan Gongqin, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Looks like I have no choice but to display it today. When Duan Lingtian saw the situation before him, he could not help but smile wryly to himself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the air around Duan Lingtian's body suddenly rippled before thunderbolts that resembled purple electric snakes appeared one after another. They were solidified thunderbolts. More and more thunderbolts appeared as they collided with each other, emitting a series of muffled thunderclaps. It was the thunder concept. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled thunderclaps reverberated in the air. The purple thunderbolts that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body formed a net of electricity that enveloped his entire body. It made Duan Lingtian look as though he had transformed into a thunder god. The descent of the thunder god shook the world. Whoosh! In the air above Duan Lingtian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another and entered everyone's eyes. 10 of them, 20 of them, 30 of them. The number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons was still increasing. Soon after, it finally came to a stop and stopped increasing. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons, 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Huang Daniu could not help but exclaim out loud when he saw the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the air. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. At once, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian again. In the depth of their eyes, there was only astonishment. The purple-clad young man in front of them looked like he was only around 25 years old. His actual age was not more than 30 years old. A martial artist who was not even 30 years old had already comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. Although he had the help of the profound assimilation formation, with such a comprehension ability, let alone a third-rate sect like the 5-element sect, he could be considered as having a good innate talent, even if he was in a second-rate sect or even a first-rate sect. I can't believe that not only does Duan Lingtian have an unfathomable innate ability, but even his comprehension ability in terms of concept is so good. As expected of a variant, it's said that a variant like Duan Lingtian who possesses an innate ability is also known as God's favored child. God's favored child. Duan Lingtian is indeed famous. The 4 Water Peak and Earth Peak's disciples, including Tianjun and Tanhuan, could not help but exclaim out loud. Even Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, were no exception. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was a little complicated. How good would it be if he was a disciple from their Earth Peak or Water Peak? Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The Wood Peak has really gotten lucky this time. Both of them thought to themselves tacitly, Duan Lingtian, before you entered the profound assimilation formation, what level of intermediate thunder concept did you comprehend? Chi Yu asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At once, everyone, including Guochong, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about this. 7th level. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Ha ha! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu had already burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian, you're stronger than me in every aspect. However, the benefits you obtained from the profound assimilation formation this time are not as good as me, your brother Niu. Before I entered the profound assimilation formation, I, your brother Niu, comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. After I came out, I comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he beamed with joy. Ever since he met Duan Lingtian, he was not as good as Duan Lingtian in every aspect. This caused him to be filled with depression. Now that he finally had the chance to surpass Duan Lingtian, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw how Huang Daniu was showing off in front of him, he rolled his eyes and ignored him. If Huang Daniu knew that he had only comprehended the elementary thunder concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not expose himself out of boredom. Making a fortune in silence was the way to go. After Huang Daniu made such a scene, the gazes that were on Duan Lingtian gradually shifted away. They no longer regarded him as the center of attention. Duan Lingtian had entered the profound assimilation formation and raised his 7th level thunder concept by 2 levels. Although it was not bad, it was nothing compared to Huang Daniu and Nangongchen. Naturally, this was also because they did not know about the real changes that had happened to Duan Lingtian. If they knew about it, they would be so shocked that they would stand there for the entire day, unable to move at all. The profound assimilation formation this time is really strange. First, it was opened continuously for 60 hours, and then there's someone who did not gain anything from it. Guochong frowned. He had a feeling that this matter was a little strange. The profound assimilation formation was opened continuously for 60 hours. Could it be related to Hu Fei? After all, among the 10 people who entered the profound assimilation formation, Hu Fei was the only one who was not affected. Tiangu could not help but guess. I think it's possible. Yu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chi Yu agreed as well. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the peak masters of the 4 peaks, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He did not expect this at all. Unknowingly, Hu Fei had actually become his scapegoat. If Hu Fei knew the truth, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood, or even die. Let's disperse. We'll depart on time in half a month, Guochong said again. The moment his words left his mouth, his eyes swept past Chi Yu, Tiangu, and Yu Feng. It was obvious that his last words were meant for Chi Yu and the other 2. Chi Yu and the other 2 nodded before leading the disciples in their respective peaks away. We'll depart to the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu in half a month? Perhaps the other 5 element sect's young disciples, including Huang Daniu, did not know what Guochong meant when he said they would depart in half a month. However, Duan Lingtian knew it very well. This time the 5 element sect had paid such a huge price to open the profound assimilation formation. It was undoubtedly for the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. In the secret treasure, there was something that the 5 element sect desperately wanted. The thing that the 5 element sect wanted the most was none other than the profundity fragment that might exist in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the key for a powerhouse at the peak of the void to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. These 4 spirit fruits are the cultivation resources that Arwood Peak obtained after becoming the first peak of the 5 element sect. There are exactly 2 types of spirit fruits. Each of you can have 2 different types. On the way back to Wood Peak, Chi Yu raised his hand and 4 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. The 4 spirit fruits were divided into 2 types, and there were 2 of each type. One of them was completely green in color. Its entire body shone with a green luster and emitted a faint and elegant fragrance. The other one was completely green in color. Its entire body was covered with tiny red lines that crisscrossed with each other. Green origin fruit? Blood scar fruit? The moment Duan Lingtian saw the 2 spirit fruits, his eyes could not help but turn serious. Excitement and joy could be seen on his face. He who had gone through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory immediately recognized the 2 spirit fruits. Both of them were spirit fruits that were exclusively used by void interpretation martial artists. In terms of medicinal efficacy, they were not inferior to the origin enhancing fruit that he and Huang Dainiu had consumed previously. You really can get whatever you want. Chapter 9:15. Sect Leader. Are these spirit fruits given out by the sect? When Huang Dainiu took the 2 spirit fruits, he asked curiously, "Doesn't that mean the other peaks will get them as well?" Of course. Chi Yu nodded. However, the treatment of the other peaks is not as good as Wood Peak. After all, Wood Peak is now the first peak of the 5-element sect. This time, the sect's elders went out to purchase and paid a huge price. They managed to obtain a total of 10 spirit fruits that are exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. These 10 spirit fruits will be distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Wood Peak is the first peak, so we'll get 4. Gold Peak is the second peak, so we'll get 3. Fire Peak is the third peak, so we'll get 2. Water Peak is the fourth peak, so we'll get 1. As for Earth Peak, it's the lowest peak, so we'll get nothing. Chi Yu finished his sentence in one breath. What? The moment Chi Yu's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu could not help but be shocked. Earth Peak didn't get a single spirit fruit? Yes. Chi Yu nodded and sighed. Come to think of it, Earth Peak's current situation is just like Wood Peak's situation in the past 20 years. There's no difference between the 2. No wonder all the peaks in the 5-element sect are trying their best to move forward. None of them want to be the lowest peak. As it turns out, the competition between the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect is actually so intense. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although he had long known that the competition between the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect was intense, he did not expect it to be so intense. It could even be described as tragic. No matter what, Wood Peak will be the first peak in the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. No matter what the sect's resources are, Wood Peak will always have the priority to get it. Chi Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu nodded with a smile on their faces. With these spirit fruits, I believe both of you will be able to raise your cultivation base to a new level in a short time. Half a month later, there will be 20 young disciples, including both of you, who will leave the 5-element sect together with the peak masters of the 5 peaks. Chi Yu glanced at the spirit fruits in Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu's hands before he said slowly, Peak Master, where are we going to go with such a big fuss in half a month's time? Huang Dainiu asked with a confused expression. As for where exactly we are going, you will naturally know in half a month's time. All of you must seize the time to cultivate and raise your strength as much as possible. Only by increasing your strength will you be able to survive in the place you are about to go. When he reached the end of his sentence, even Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but turn solemn. As he spoke, he reminded Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu. The place they were going to in half a month was a place that could endanger their lives. What? Huang Dainiu's expression changed. He didn't expect that the place he was going to in half a month would be so dangerous. Duan Lingtian's face was calm, so calm that it was frightening. Of course, the reason why he could be so calm was because he already knew where he would be going in half a month. That place was the secret treasure, left behind by Emperor Wu. It was filled with opportunities, but at the same time there was a certain amount of danger. Compared to the danger in that place, the biggest threat was still the young powerhouses who would enter the place together with him. After all, it was not only the people from Five Elements sect who would enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Duan Lingtian knew that there would be four major forces from the southern of the northern desert: Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. Back then, the reason why Skywolf Fort organized the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and selected the most outstanding young talents from the 10 great dynasties was all for the sake of obtaining the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. Later on, the people from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect arrived at Skywolf Fort one after another and forced Skywolf Fort to take a share of the loot, taking away many young talents from the 10 great dynasties. Originally, he wanted to go to the Blade Sect, but who knew that an unexpected event would suddenly occur on the way, and he was pursued by the members of the Skywolf Fort. After the sudden change in the Devil Seal tablet, he unconsciously came to the eastern district of the northern desert and even entered the 5 Element sects with Peak by chance. No matter what, I'm indebted to the 5 Element sect. If it wasn't for the 5 Element sect, I wouldn't have had the chance to make such a big breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. Although I can get the same treatment if I go to Blade Sect, I'm still enjoying the same treatment from the 5 Element sect after all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. For this reason, other than fighting for some treasures for myself, I'll also help the 5 Element sect and would Peak find the things they want in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This way, I'll be able to return the favor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chiyu had been looking at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu. When he told them about the danger of the place they were going to in half a month, his eyes never left Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Soon he saw horror dawning on Huang Dainiu's face while Duan Lingtian remained calm. The difference between the two was obvious. At this moment, he had a higher opinion of Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, no matter if it's Wood Peak or the 5 Element sect, it's impossible for them to restrain Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, under Duan Lingtian's leadership, the 5 Element sect will definitely be able to walk toward the unfathomable glory in the future. When Chiyu thought about this, he sighed deeply. Soon after, the three of them returned to Wood Peak. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Chiyu left. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Huang Dainiu finally regained his senses from the absent-minded state he had been in throughout the journey. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I notice that you seem to be very calm throughout the journey. The Peak Master said that the place we're going to in half a month is dangerous. Aren't you worried at all? When Huang Dainiu reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but ask, Worried? What's there to be worried about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then his eyes narrowed as he muttered, How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by Huang Dainiu. A gleam flashed across Huang Dainiu's eyes as he forced a smile on his face and asked, Duan Lingtian, do you know something that I don't? You're quite smart, aren't you? Just from these few words of mine, you can already tell that I know something that you don't. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh as he scolded him. Duan Lingtian, even if the Peak Master doesn't want to tell me, don't tell me that you're unwilling to tell me as well. Huang Dainiu looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. His face was filled with anticipation. I remember. There was someone who was boasting in front of me earlier. He said that his concept had increased by 3 levels after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, my concept had only increased by 2 levels, so I can't compare to him. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huang Dainiu with a faint smile on his face. Huang Daniu could not help but smile wryly. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot earlier. Duan Lingtian, you can't be so petty, right? Huang Daniu was stunned as he asked with a bitter expression on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the place that we're going to with the Peak Master and the rest in 2 weeks should be a secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not be so calculative with Huang Daniu over such a small matter. Facing the bitter expression on Huang Daniu's face, he no longer teased him and told him everything that he knew. A secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Huang Daniu was stunned when he heard this. However, his eyes narrowed when he regained his senses. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu. To him, such a thing only existed in legends. However, there was no doubt about how terrifying a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was. He was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. A secret treasure left behind by such a powerhouse would, of course, be something extraordinary. Unknowingly, Huang Daniu's breathing had become rapid. He only managed to catch his breath after a long time. His eyes stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked, Are you sure about this? Duan Lingtian? What? You still don't believe me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Why don't you think about it? Why would the group of 5 Element Sect's senior officials suddenly activate the profound assimilation formation to elevate our strength? Isn't it because they want us to help them look for some things in the secret treasure of Emperor Wu? Huang Daniu was speechless. However, his eyes were gleaming with a burning light as he muttered to himself, This is really exciting! There must be a lot of good stuff in the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, right? The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu who had a fearful look on his face earlier. As the saying went, birds die in pursuit of food just as men die in pursuit of wealth. It was undoubtedly referring to the current Huang Daniu. All right, let's go back and cultivate first. Duan Lingtian snapped Huang Daniu, who was still in a daze. There's still half a month left. Try your best to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time facing those young powerhouses from the other sections. There are other sects. Huang Daniu, who had snapped back to reality, could not help but be stunned. Of course, Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, how dangerous do you think the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu is? The real danger is not the danger in the secret treasure, but the danger that comes from the other young powerhouses. When you're in the secret treasure, even if you really manage to obtain any treasure, you'll still need to have the ability to protect it. Otherwise, everything you do is destined to be a wedding dress for someone else. As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became solemn. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Understood. It's good that you understand. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang Daniu and flew towards a 3-story pavilion at the mountainside of Wood Peak. That was the place where they had been staying recently. Duan Lingtian, I've thought about it seriously. Something seems to be wrong. Why would the sect senior officials bring us, the young disciples, to the secret treasure left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Wouldn't it be fine if they brought the elders of the older generation? Huang Daniu seemed to have recalled something and asked with a frown. The elders of the older generation are much stronger than us. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder in front of the elders of the other sections. What if I told you that the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu Powerhouse has an age restriction? Chapter 9:16. There's an age restriction? How? Huang Daniu had a puzzled expression. You should know about the age measuring pearl, right? As long as we use the age measuring pearl as the material and supplement it with some other inscriptions to form an inscription formation, It can completely restrict people above a certain age and prevent them from entering and exiting the door enveloped by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian explained patiently. So that's how it is. Huang Daniu was enlightened and asked curiously at the same time. According to what you said, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu has this kind of inscription array as a restriction. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. How old is the restriction? Huang Daniu asked curiously. 40 years old, Duan Lingtian said. 40 years old? In other words, only martial artists of the younger generation can enter. No wonder. Huang Daniu was enlightened. When he recalled Duan Lingtian's words earlier, he felt a trace of heavy pressure. The pressure pressed down on him to the point he felt slightly suffocated. Then let's hurry back and cultivate. At that time, when the young experts of the various sects enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, there will definitely be a lot of battles. After Huang Daniu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and turned into a bolt of lightning, entering the 3-story pavilion on the mountainside in the distance and disappearing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This fellow, Duan Lingtian, was stunned by Huang Daniu, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he returned to his room on the 3-story pavilion. After returning to his room and sitting cross-legged on his bed, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to have any hesitation as he stuffed the 2 spirit fruits in his hand into his mouth. The spirit fruits turned into a cool juice that flowed down his throat and into his body. 2 different spirit fruits naturally had different medicinal effects. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would absolutely not be as bold as Duan Lingtian to swallow 2 different spirit fruits at once, because it was easy to cause the medicinal effects of the spirit fruits to conflict. Once the medicinal effects conflicted, a powerful force would emerge and explode in the body, causing great damage to the meridians and internal organs in the body. At the very least, he would suffer from qi deviation. At the very least, he would die suddenly. As for Duan Lingtian, he was naturally not an ordinary cultivator. He was not worried that the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits would conflict because of competing for the initiative. He knew that even if the medicinal power of the 2 spiritual fruits entered his body at the same time, they would not be able to take the initiative. This was because there was another medicinal power hidden in his body that was countless times more overbearing than the medicinal power of the 2 spirit fruits. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Sure enough, just as the medicinal power of the 2 spirit fruits merged with Duan Lingtian's Yuanli and was about to clash for the initiative, an even more boundless medicinal power appeared. The moment the rebirth pill's medicinal effect discovered the medicinal effect of the 2 spirit fruits, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood as it swept out from his dantian. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill fused with his origin energy, he urged his origin energy to rush towards the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy. Just as the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy were about to clash, he crushed them in one fell swoop. Bang! After a short moment, the origin energy urged by the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy and the origin energy urged by the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy converged together, and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill also took the initiative as it rampaged within Duan Lingtian's body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt the meridians in his body tremble, and even his internal organs started to tremble. Duan Lingtian did not dare hesitate as he hurriedly concentrated his mind and calmed his qi. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. As Duan Lingtian started to meditate and cultivate, the origin energy that was rampaging within his body once again returned to the right track and circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. According to this speed, it won't be long before I can smoothly break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he sensed the origin energy that was rapidly flowing through his body like a raging wave. He was filled with excitement. Previously, with the help of Nangong Chen's spiritual energy, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had urged his origin energy to break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it had also opened up the bottleneck that led him to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. This time, as the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits merged into his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had entered his body once again. Although it was not as fast as before, it was not slow either. Moreover, other than the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, the medicinal efficacy of the other 2 spirit fruits continued to merge with his origin energy and merged with his origin energy. Bang! It felt like it did not take long before Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy in his body that was like a raging wave had broken through the bottleneck and helped him to successfully break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. The moment he broke through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. It was a qualitative change. What a powerful origin energy! After breaking through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with joy. At the same time, the origin energy that was urged by the rebirth pill continued to surge out rapidly. It flowed through the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body in an orderly manner, helping Duan Lingtian to advance further. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian lost track of time as he cultivated. However, he could still clearly feel the changes in his body. Ever since he had broken through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill continued to guide the medicinal efficacy of the other 2 spirit fruits to cultivate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. It was as though he would never feel tired. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage had appeared. After an unknown amount of time, he could once again sense that the origin energy that was rolling out of the meridians in his body had quickly broken through the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Bang! A light sound resonated in his body, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but open his eyes. Excitement appeared on his face. I've broken through. 9th level of the void interpretation stage. As the milky white origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body spread out, the heaven and earth energy above his head roiled and gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 120 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes seemed to be telling everything in the surroundings that his current cultivation base was at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Suddenly, the origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body shook before disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, his body trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the floor in front of the bed and bloomed like a red rose that was dazzling and eye-catching. Before he could wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Currently, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method to return the restless origin energy in his body to the right path, as he was afraid that he would be injured by it again. Earlier, it was because he was busy trying out the origin energy after his breakthrough that he forgot to continue guiding the restless origin energy in his body. Once the restless origin energy went out of control, it ran amok in his body and even injured his internal organs. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill is already overbearing. Coupled with the medicinal strength of the other 2 spirit fruits, the 3 of them added together is far from what my body can endure. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian could also notice that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was almost depleted after helping him break through 2 levels consecutively. It would probably not be long before it was completely exhausted. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was completely exhausted. However, even though the medicinal strength of the spirit fruits was completely exhausted, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill could not be retracted immediately. It continued to circulate the origin energy to rush forward. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his cultivation base had increased again. The bottleneck to the void transformation stage had also appeared. Boom! The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill circulated the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body according to the 9 dragons war sovereign techniques. Sword Dragon forms mental cultivation method for 1 cycle before it crashed into the bottleneck. The bottleneck trembled, but it did not show any signs of breaking through. Boom! 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 Under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy seemed to never know exhaustion as it crashed into the final bottleneck of the void interpretation stage again and again. The bottleneck that showed no signs of breaking through in the beginning gradually loosened. In the end, it almost broke through a few times. Boom! The origin energy swept out again and violently crashed into the bottleneck again. The bottleneck loosened for a while, and it seemed like it was about to break through. However, it did not break through in the end, and it still stood there firmly. I should be able to break through it one more time. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. However, to his dismay, he realized that his origin energy had actually slowed down after circulating for half a cycle under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it entered his dantian and hid there. Let's give it a try. As Duan Lingtian secretly smiled wryly, he circulated the remaining half of his origin energy on his own and continued to charge towards the bottleneck to the void transformation stage. The bottleneck that was already loosened only trembled slightly, but it did not break through. Compared to the origin energy under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy that Duan Lingtian circulated on his own was pitifully weak. It was as though he had not eaten anything. Just a little bit more. Even without the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I should be able to break through it after circulating it for another 100 cycles and successfully break through to the first level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he continued to circulate the origin energy on his own to break through. After a while, Duan Lingtian circulated his origin energy for another 5 to 6 cycles. The bottleneck kept on loosening, but it was still unable to be broken through by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian wanted to continue, a familiar voice resonated from outside the room, causing him to return to his senses and open his eyes. Just a little bit more. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he got off the bed and went forward to open the door. He looked at the young man outside the door. "Chen Wei, why are you here?" The person standing outside the door was none other than Chen Wei. He was Ku Zheng's direct disciple. At that time, he had met Ku Zheng and his disciple in Drift Cloud Town, and it was under their lead that he came to the 5-element sect. Chapter 9:17. It was the Peak Master who asked me to call you and Dainyu. Chen Wei smiled. The Peak Master is looking for us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that half a month has already passed? Yes. Chen Wei nodded. Only you and Dainyu are left now. Once all of you are here, we can head to Gold Peak to meet up with the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks and the young disciples of the various peaks. Us? You're going as well. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's not just me. There are 3 other Wood Peak disciples that will be going as well. Chen Wei smiled. Even though I don't know where we're going, but since our Wood Peak is the number 1 peak of the 5-element sect and has 6 quotas, whereas the quotas of the other peaks are inferior to ours, I presume it won't be a bad thing. Wood Peak has 6 quotas? Aren't the other peaks the same? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he never imagined that the Wood Peak would have so many people going this time. At the same time, he was curious as to how many quotas the other peaks had. Yes, Chen Wei nodded once more. The quotas this time are distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Our Wood Peak is the first peak, so we have 6 spots. The Gold Peak is the second peak, so we have 5 spots. The Fire Peak is the third peak, so we have 4 spots. The Water Peak is the 4th peak, so we have 3 spots. As for the Earth Peak, we are at the bottom, so we only have 2 spots. Chen Wei finished speaking in a single breath. So in this way, our 5-element sect will have 20 young disciples, and the peak masters of the 5 peaks this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. I'll go call Daniu. Then we'll go meet up with the peak masters. After informing Duan Lingtian, Chen Wei headed to the ground floor of the pavilion and knocked on Huang Daniu's door before calling Huang Daniu out. When Huang Daniu came out, his face was rosy and brimming with energy. Duan Lingtian, do you want to train? After Huang, Daniu greeted Chen Wei. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky, and grinned as he asked confidently, How do you want to train? Hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but squint his eyes as he asked with interest. How about this? I won't draw support from the earth energy, and you won't use wind concept. The 2 of us will fight each other with our bare hands. How about it? Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. Daniu, you actually dare to challenge me. It seems like your breakthrough this time is not small. Duan Lingtian smiled. How is it? Do you dare? A bright smile appeared on Huang Daniu's face. His words were filled with provocation. Why not? However, we'd better stay away so as not to disturb Shaoxian's cultivation, Duan Lingtian said fearlessly. At the same time, he glanced at the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, and a trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Immediately after, he flew out and headed straight for the distant horizon. In front of Huang Daniu and Chen Wei's eyes, Duan Lingtian gradually turned into a small black, floating in the distant sky. Duan Lingtian, you're really straightforward. The smile on Huang Daniu's face grew wider, and he flew out at the same time to follow Chen Wei. These 2 fellows, the peak master is still waiting for them. Chen Wei laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and then he followed as well. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu stood in confrontation as they looked directly at each other, and their bodies emitted dense battle intent that would erupt at any moment. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Lingtian with a strained mind as if he was facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his gaze was extremely calm. It was as if Huang Daniu wasn't a threat to him at all. Of course, he really felt that Huang Daniu wasn't a threat in his heart. When Huang Daniu had just come out, his acute spiritual force had detected Huang Daniu's cultivation at the first possible moment. 8th level void interpretation stage. 8th level void interpretation stage. 9th level intermediate earth concept. This was Huang Daniu's current strength. Daniu, make a move. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm no longer the same Huang Daniu from half a month ago. Huang Daniu could not help but warn Duan Lingtian in a deep voice when he saw how casual Duan Lingtian was. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was underestimating him. Come. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face did not change. Huang Daniu's face sank when he saw this. Although Duan Lingtian was his friend, he could not help but feel slightly angry when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He was slightly unable to hold it in. Huh. Suddenly, Huang Daniu shouted, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Subsequently, it merged with the rolling earth concept and transformed into waves of khaki energy. A small portion of the khaki energy condensed and formed a thick stone platform under Huang Daniu's feet. Bang! As soon as the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu's legs had already kicked out like a running cheetah. He landed on the stone platform, causing the stone platform to shatter into pieces. Then, it was shattered into pieces by a vast force. In the next moment, with the shattered stone platform as the center, a vast, rolling airwave swept out and transformed into a gust of violent wind that blew in all directions. It blew so hard that Chen Wei, who stood at the side, could not help but squint his eyes. Chen Wei's robe fluttered with the wind and fluttered. At this moment, Chen Wei's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw Huang Daniu, who had transformed into a figure that was difficult to capture as he charged straight for Duan Lingtian. He was shocked in his heart. When did Daniu's strength become so strong? Chen Wei did not have the time to react when he saw the 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that followed Huang Daniu in the sky. He could not help but be dumbstruck for a moment. He knew very well what it meant to display the strength of 210 ancient horned dragons without the use of a spirit weapon. An 8th level void interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 9th level void interpretation concept. A 9th level void interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 8th level void interpretation concept. If it was a middle-aged powerhouse from Wood Peak that displayed such strength, he would not be surprised. But the problem was that the person who displayed such strength was Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu, who only displayed a cultivation at the 6th level void interpretation stage and 6th level earth concept almost a month ago. The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu from that time, and it gave him a strange feeling. Bang! He did not have the time to react when he heard another loud bang sound out. At the same time, an even more terrifying airwave swept out and set off waves of vast, violent wind that blew onto his body and forced him back by a few meters. What happened? Chen Wei used all his strength to open his eyes that had unconsciously narrowed, and he quickly saw the two figures that were colliding in the distance. They were two young men. Now, the two of them were facing each other with their fists. The two people in front of him could be considered to be his acquaintances. However, at this moment, he felt as if it was the first time he got to know the two people before him. Besides the 210 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the robust and tall young man, there were even 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the violet-clad young man. The strength of 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 9th level void interpretation stage martial artist. 9th level void interpretation concept. Duan Lingtiani. Chen Wei was shocked to the point his mouth opened wide, and he was dumbstruck as he looked at the violet figure in the distance, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Bang! Another loud bang sounded out, and it shocked Chen Wei to the point his body trembled, and he could not help but shudder. He clearly saw the dense violet lightning that was coiled around Duan Lingtian's fist swept out and easily crushed the khaki energy that was coiled around Huang Daniu's fist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward. On the other hand, Huang Daniu was blasted flying by the punch like an arrow that left the bow. Barf! Huang Daniu, who was blasted flying, flushed. His vital energy and blood were in a mess, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After a while, Huang Daniu finally came to a stop after flying for several tens of meters. After consuming a healing pill, Huang Daniu's injuries were almost completely healed. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, it was impossible for Huang Daniu to only suffer such minor injuries. Duan Lingtian, you freak! Monster! You've actually made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. Do those 2 spirit fruits have such powerful medicinal efficacy? Huang Daniu could not help but curse out loud after he regained his senses. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian earlier was purely because he thought he had some understanding of the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits that Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, gave him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation during the Battle of the 5 Peaks a month ago. Even if Duan Lingtian completely absorbed and digested the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits, he would only be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 8th level void interpretation at most. It would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today made him realize how wrong and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. You think that I haven't made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Nonsense, Huang Daniu said snappily. If I knew that you've made a breakthrough to the 9th level void interpretation, who the hell would want to fight with you? I don't have the hobby of asking for a beating. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he looked gloomy. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. His smile was bright and sunny. Duan Lingtian, Daniu, both of you, when did both of you become so strong? Chen Wei flew forward and stared at both of them with his mouth agape. Both of your void interpretation concepts made a breakthrough to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation? Also, Duan Lingtian, you've actually comprehended the thunder concept as well. At this moment, there were too many questions and questions in Chen Wei's heart. That's right. Our concepts made a breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. However, my intermediate earth concept has indeed been raised to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation. It's raised by a total of 3 levels. Huang Daniu grinned. You mean you've comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept now? Chen Wei stared at Huang Daniu with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with shock. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.